So, buongiorno, grüß Gott, and good morning. Actually, I'm very happy on behalf of the organizers, Kevin Highland and Hans Zollner and myself. Allow me to Allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We are especially honored to greet some of our very distinguished guests, in particular from the United States of America, beginning with the Honorable Pamela Bondi. She will be with us later today. Attorney General of the United States, from the Holy See, with His Eminence Cardinal Baggio. He will be later with us this morning. From the Italian government, with His Excellency Carlo Nordio, Minister of Justice. He will be with us tonight at the reception. And also for His Excellency Stefano Pizzicanella. He is with us this morning, Special Envoy on Human Trafficking Issues from international organizations, and also from the Sovereign Order of Malta, especially with His Excellency the Grand Chancellor, and Don Riccardo Paterno di Montecupo, and the Grand Hospitaller, His Excellency Dr. Josef Blotz. And I must say, as well as many other dignitaries from the Order of Malta, including the Chisholm and also Botschafter Prince von Schönheim, Kronat, and other people, and I must say also from the diplomatic corps, religious congregations, academia, foundations, and the media. I would also like to express our profound gratitude to the Pontifical Gregorian University for hosting us today, and to our sponsors, the Italian Relief Corps of the Order of Malta, the Chisholm, the Attorney General Alliance, the Semnani Foundation, the British Center Institute, as well as the Henri Dunant Foundation for their generous support. It is now my distinct honor to invite His Excellency Archbishop Montessondo, Chancellor Emeritus of the Pontifical Academy of Social Science, for the opening prayer.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the incredible work that made the person to organize this very important meeting. Really, my prayer is a sort of reflection about what is our task today. In the circumstance that we experience today, what should do a Christian and a person that have a goodwill, a civilized person? What could be the role of us as light and soul of the earth? And what we can remind, especially in this situation, especially in this year of Holy Year of Grace, and especially also near to Christmas. How can we do, especially with the tragedy of the crime of the human trafficking? So the answer is not easy, not simple. However, we can find this answer in an ancient formula with immense meaning and significance. And today, the Church, but also all persons of goodwill, can reflect about the ideas of the great Pope Leo the Great, that follows St. Peter. He said, agnosce o Christian dignitas tuam. So be aware, O Christian, of your dignity. You have been raised up to share in the divine nature. Do not fall back into the former situation of sin. Remember whose member you are at head. Remember that you have been free from Christ. And remember that you need to put light in the darkness of our world. This is the famous sermon of Leo the Great, that firm Attila, as you know. And we need today also firm the new Attilas. So, yes, every Christian, but every person, must rediscover his dignity and recognize the transformation he has undergone through the mysterious and wonderful process of the baptism. So, of course, as you know, Thomas Aquinas said that the person is the most perfect in all the nature. But if the person arrives to have the dignity of the love of God and of the grace of Christ and of the motion of the Holy Spirit and in the presence of the Trinity in his soul, remain completely different and can really be light and soul of the world. There are many, many texts of the Bible that we can reflect about this. But the important thing is to understand that the humanism does not satisfy our needs today. The poor humanism not resolve our problem, not resolve any of our problems. And you know, we are in wars, many wars, European war, near here. And we have the situation of the growth of the new form of slaves. And it's St. Paul to say this. Are Romans, the humanists, in the first capital of the letter of Romans, St. Paul was very clear. You want to construct a city humanistic, but you don't obtain this. And because you separate God in your reflection, you fall in the most tragic situation of slaves and prostitution and also all the other gender of situations. So it's very important to understand that we not can affront our situation and also the problem that we have today with this. But we can observe to this point what is most serious and insidious threat to the human and Christian dignity today. And we can say this is the new form of slaves. Modern slave is defined as a state of total or partial dependency of one person on another person. Person who exercises control through violence, so sometimes every physical violence against the freedom and the autonomy of the person that is subjected. This can take various forms, including forced labor, prostitution, and commerce exploitation of organs. This violence that an individual exerts over a human being in slavery is totally contrary to the dignity and freedom proper to the human dignity and social order. Pope Benedict affirmed that the essence of the social order is that be object of God's love, man and woman become subject of charity, could become instrument of grace. This is the essence of the social order, to be instrument of grace and to communicate this grace to each other. And Pope Francis, together with the leaders of all religions, gathered in the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences in 14, proclaimed that contemporary form, including forced labor, prostitution, and organ traffic, constitute a crime against humanity. Through his pontificate, Pope Francis has affirmed that for a Christian perspective, this crime constitutes a violation not only of the individual, but also to the body of Christ and also the society. As you know, traffickers are primarily motivated by profit. However, consumers of sex are addicted to pornography, especially in its most extreme and disturbing forms. This has become an aggressive epidemic spreading through all the society among especially the young generation. Even in this sad context, it is possible to identify a theory that forms the basis for this situation. That is not freedom, but is the aberration of the instinct, and they want to define this as liberation, but we know that it's not liberation. Example of this we can find in the work of Freud, Marx, Derrida, Foucault, and as well in the follows, including the new movements of wokeism and post-truth. These are the conditions that we have. We need to lot against this to save people. Pornography is expressed in an abject manner to the promiscuity, pornographic images, drugs, and the exaltation of the brutalization of the sense, all of which are condemned by the Word of God. It also infiltrates this in all the private environments, especially in the families, in the school, in all the sportive activities. All forms of protection seem to be collapsed. In some countries, the law seeks to validate all claims against public decence and the right to innocence, safety, and respect. A sense of fatalism seems to prevent the authority and decent people from reacting adequately and effective. And pornography is the virus the most fluent in the sexual slavery. And we say this, and I say this not only of Bishop, I participate in many meetings organized in Washington, D.C., and the judges, the women judges say that the pornography is one of the best and more cause of the disaster that we have, and of course, the condition to have this new form of slaves that we have today. Vulnerability to traffic stems from the breakdown of family and community. Poverty, domestic violence, and social disintegration create conditions conducive to recruitment. Recent summits in the human traffic have highlighted that traffic within the family is one of the most invisible forms of slavery. This is a tragedy. In this case, we see that the dramatic situation where the very environments of trust feed exploitation, maybe the mother, maybe the partner, put his child, his daughter, or his woman in prostitution immediately. This is terrible. So, what can we do, dear friends? We do not allow your awareness of moral values to be clouded. We need to come back. Do not lose your sense of sin and your ability to judge between the good and the evil. Do not allow to sense of freedom and responsibility that characterize Christian and civilized people and people of the goodwill. It is erroneous to assume that the dignity and honesty, defense of the values in the family, the press, the media, and in all forms is a sort of complex of inferiority. No, we need to come back. We need to fly again this new form of slavery as a priority of the gospel to promote human and Christian dignity, to inherit the kingdom of God prepared for us and our brothers and sisters, to suffer most from the passion and redemption of Christ. And I want to finish to say, in my experience, in contact with the victims, when they have a sort of conversion, a sort of metanoia, as you know, is the word, the Greek word of conversion that used Christ, they arrive to have and contact a religious experience about God. It's not easy to change because it's not easy to understand what is the reason of the suffering that they have, especially the victims. Only they can understand this in the consideration of the providence of God and to see Christ in the cross and understand that the cross could be a form of purification of our love. And when they arrive to this, really become a fantastic person that could be leaders in our society. And in many cases, in many shelters that I know, these girls are the leaders of the shelters to really to convert the other victims of prostitution. So, come back to this, come back to the idea that we need the assistance of God. We don't can have an humanism without God. We need the assistance of Christ. We need the faith and we need the cross of Christ to save us and also to save the victims of this tragedy. Thank you very much. I say my paper is more long, but I say.
Thank you very much for your very strong and inspiring words. And I'm now honored to give the floor to His Excellency, the Grand Chancellor of the Sovereign Order of Malta, Don Riccardo Paterno di Montecupo, to formally open this conference. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Eminences, Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this most distinguished audience today on the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol, a milestone in the global commitment to prevent and combat human trafficking. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude to the Pontifical Gregorian University, to His Excellencies Archbishop Marcello Sanchez Sorondo, to the Praeveni Global Santa Marta Group, to Ambassador Vete, Deputy Permanent Observer to the United Nations and Ambassador for Monitoring and Combating Trafficking in Person for the Sovereign Military Order of Malta in Geneva, and to all of the distinguished participants gathered here. The Palermo Convention, inspired by the visionary intuition of Giovanni Falcone, has provided the international community with a coherent framework and a common languages to confront transnational crime. It remains one of the most enduring and successful examples of effective multilateral cooperation. Human trafficking is often described as one of the world's fastest growing criminal industries. But this definition, while accurate, is incomplete because trafficking is not only a crime, it is a symptom, a symptom of deeper fractures in our societies, in our economies, and in our system of protection. Today, I would like to explore these fractures, not to describe what we already know, but to ask what we often neglect. Why does trafficking continue to flourish despite decades of international efforts? And what can institutions like ours, humanitarian, diplomatic, global, contribute that goes beyond the traditional framework? First, the first truth: trafficking grows where vulnerabilities grows. Human beings don't fall into trafficking. They are pushed into it by poverty, by conflicts, by discrimination, by the absence of legal channels for mobility, by the collapse of public institutions. When a young woman leaves Syria alone, when a boy from West Africa migrates without an adult, when families lose access to health care or income, a trafficker appears before a state does. This is where the order, my order, work every day, in the geography of vulnerability. The Sovereign Order of Malta, with its active engagement in 130 countries, is deeply committed to standing at the forefront of this fight. To our humanitarian mission, we extend assistance to all in need, with special attention to the marginalized and most at risk. And this gives us a simple and comfortable conclusion. To reduce trafficking, we must reduce the vulnerabilities that make it profitable. Second, the health dimension, the most overlooked battlefield. Trafficking is not just a social or criminal phenomenon. It is a medical emergency. Victims often suffer from untreated injuries, infectious disease, forced pregnancies, severe psychological trauma. And yet, one reality is rarely acknowledged. The first institution that often encounters a victim is not a police station, it is a clinic, which means doctors, nurses, and first responders are often the only people able to recognize a silent cry for help. This is again an area where the Order of Malta has a unique role. Across continents, we run hospitals, dispensaries, mobile clinics, and humanitarian missions, training our medical staff to recognize indicators of trafficking, sometimes through a simple 3-hour model, can quite literally change a life. Third, the missing link, coordination among those who see, those who intervene, and those who protect. Despite enormous international commitment, anti-trafficking systems still suffer from fragmentation. NGOs detect early signals. Law enforcement intervene when it is already too late. Social services struggle with capacity. Health systems are rarely connected to either. But trafficking is transnational, and national responses, however strong, remain confined within borders. This is where the Order of Malta has something rare: a humanitarian presence, a diplomatic presence, and a medical presence in the same countries and often in the same communities. We can act as a bridge, connecting what is too often separated. Our diplomatic relation has 115 countries with which we have and which exchange ambassadors. We have we are present in multinational seats, and we really can help this regard and can do very many things. Fifth, understanding trafficking as an economic model. If trafficking persists, it is because it works economically. Traffickers operate supply chains, use cryptocurrencies, exploit diasporas, recruit through social media and artificial intelligence, and adapt faster than institutions can respond. Our systems, meanwhile, remain slow, local, often bureaucratic. The problem is not only moral, it is structural. We are facing a multinational criminal industry with subnational tools. We need better data, better mapping, better understanding of the economic incentives. This is why it is very important to set up an international observatory on human mobility and modern slavery in partnership with universities and think tanks. It is time to treat trafficking with the same analytical seriousness we apply to global markets. Six, the spiritual wound, rebuilding dignity, not just safety. Trafficking destroys borders, yes, but even more, it destroys identity. It removes agency, self-worth, and the sense of being part of humanity. Legal protection and medical care are essential, but they are not enough. Victims also need accompaniment, trust, relation healing, a space where they are not reduced to a case file. This is an area where the Order of Malta has an ancient and unique calling to restore dignity through compassion, without judgment. In this field, we work in every part of the world. What we protect is not only their safety, it is their sense of personhood. 7, prevention near the origin, protecting before exploitation begins. Much of the global debate focuses on trafficking once people reach Europe or high-income countries. But the chain of exploitation begins long before. They begin in the refugees camp, in fragile states, in conflict zones, in regions where health systems have collapsed, where schools are destroyed, where families have no alternatives. This is precisely where the hospital, clinics, and humanitarian programs should operate. Preventing trafficking means offering alternatives, healthcare, education, shelter, and hope, before exploitation becomes the only perceived option. 8, the geopolitical dimension, trafficking as a tool of destabilization. Finally, we must acknowledge an uncomfortable truth. In some regions, trafficking is used deliberately as a political weapon. Armed groups use it for financing. Criminal worker networks use it for territorial control. Anti-trafficking work, therefore, is not only humanitarian, it is a contribution to global stability. It is clear that we have to deal with not the human trafficking, but with first the problem at its back. Ladies and gentlemen, the trafficking of human beings is a mirror that reflects what our societies fail to protect. If we want to address it seriously, we must build a new architecture of protection, one that is not limited to repression, but rooted in prevention of vulnerabilities, early medical detection, coordinated international action, protection of minors, understanding of criminal economics, and restoration of human dignity. The Order of Malta stands ready to contribute with humility, with pragmatism, and with the experience of centuries dedicated to defense of the vulnerable. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to Ambassador Vete for his tireless and dedicated work. I commend his effort in organizing training courses in Geneva, San Remo, and Nice, as well as for establishing a new collaboration with Unite ITAR on an online executive diploma in combating human trafficking. For all the above reasons, the Order of Malta is here today together the Gregorian University and the Praeveni Global Santa Marta Group as a co-organizer of this conference, which I believe will provide a valuable opportunity to take stock of the current situation and to foster substantive dialogue and exchange. Thank you very much. It's yours.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your very comprehensive message and for your kind words. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Stefano Pizzicanella, Special Envoy of Italy on human trafficking issues. You have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Representing Italy, I am honored to take the floor at the opening of this conference marking the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol. Italy expresses its appreciation to the Sovereign Order of Malta, to the Gregorian University, and to every partner engaged in this crucial initiative, as well as thanks all the participants, of course. 25 years ago, with the adoption of the Palermo Protocol, the international community took an historic step. States collectively recognized trafficking in persons as a global crime, requiring coordinated, victim-centered, and multi-agency response. The protocol established a shared vocabulary, common legal standards, and a comprehensive framework built on the 4 Ps of prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnership. Its impact has been profound. It has inspired national legislation in every region of the world, strengthened international cooperation, and given millions of victims a clearer path towards assistance, justice, and dignity. Over the past quarter of century, countries have developed an integrated model combining legislation, governance, law enforcement, action, social services, and civil society engagement. Through multi-agency coordination and consolidated partnerships at local and international levels, this system has worked in countries to translate the principles of the Palermo Protocol into daily operational reality. These 25 years represent a shared achievement. Institutions, NGOs, frontline operators, regional networks, and the services for anti-trafficking have collectively contributed to building a robust national framework in countries that put victims' rights and their protection at its core, while promoting effective prevention and accountability of perpetrators. The protocol helped shape global response to trafficking, from adopting definitive legal frameworks to building integrated mechanisms for victim identification, protection, and assistance, to coordinating multi-agency governance. It also served as a foundation for collaboration with the global international partners and international organizations, reinforcing the principle that trafficking is not only a national issue, but a transnational crime, needing global solidarity and action. Countries are confronted with complex dynamics along migration routes where trafficking intersects with smuggling, mixed flows and exploitation patterns that begin in countries of origin and continue along dangerous journeys. We continue to observe significant numbers of women, girls, and accompanied minors, many of whom carry the scars of violence, coercion, and trauma. Women are disproportionately affected not only by trafficking itself, but also by violence against them, by abuse suffered during transit, and by the severe vulnerabilities linked to being alone with children without networks or protection. Trafficking is also increasingly shaped by digital technologies. Online recruitment, grooming, coercion, and expansion of cyber-facilitated exploitation require new investigative tools, stronger cross-border cooperation, and updated preventive measures. Now, let me spend a few words on the country I represent here today, on Italy. For Italy, this anniversary carries a particular significance. Not only the Palermo Protocol was born on our soil, but our national anti-trafficking system itself has just marked its 25th year of activity, a system born from the same vision and spirit that inspired the protocol and the words that I just said. In this complex context, international dialogue remains indispensable. Italy attaches the highest importance to cooperation within the European Union, with the OSCE, with the Council of Europe, including Greta monitoring work, and with global partners whose engagement remains crucial to our shared efforts. Strengthening these alliances ensures a coherent, coordinated, and human rights-based response to a crime that knows no borders. It is precisely in the spirit of renewed commitment that the Italian government, namely the Ministry for Family, Natality and Equal Opportunities, Mrs. Eugenia Roccella, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, Mr. Antonio Tajani, Vice President of the Council of Ministers, have appointed a special envoy on human trafficking issues. This decision reflects our determination to reinforce all of government coordination, enhance international partnerships, and ensure a strategic approach to preventing and combating trafficking in all its forms. Today, as trafficking evolves through new forms of exploitation, digital dynamics, and complex migratory routes, the legacy of the protocol remains essential. It continues to guide our policies, our partnerships, and our operational strategies. Italy remains fully committed to upholding its principles, advancing coordinated action, and ensuring that all responses remain anchored to human rights, victim protection, and accountability of perpetrators. As we open this conference, we do so with a shared responsibility to reaffirm our common commitment to build on the progress achieved and to shape the next generation of anti-trafficking efforts with renewed determination. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Excellency, for this very important message, and we indeed appreciate to be here in Rome, in Italy. And now we shall conclude this opening session with an address from Father Professor Mark Lewis, Rector Magnificus of the Pontifical Gregorian University.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, panelists, colleagues, students, friends all, good morning. It is my honor as the rector of the Pontifical Gregorian University to welcome you here for this conference marking the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol concerning the prevention of human trafficking. Our Institute of Anthropology, which focuses on human dignity and care, obviously desires to be a key player in the research and education of those situations which threaten human dignity. Sadly, the reality of today's world requires attention to the question of human trafficking and the criminal elements which facilitate it. I am not an expert in any of the topics you will address, nor am I among the important government and law enforcement officers here who are gathered to consider next steps and strategies that must be implemented in a transnational way as indicated by the Palermo Protocol. But I am an ordinary member of the Church and in a local community and the rector of a university, and I believe that we have an important role in support of what you will be doing. I think the ordinary citizen, the member of a church community or a university community, must resist three tendencies that remain all too common and keep us from being a part of the solution. We have to rid ourselves first of the strong and often too common sense of incredulity when we hear stories of human trafficking. Slavery, we believe, is something from the past. Rather than accepting the reality and seriousness of the problem and supporting those who are confronting the problem, and the need to support the community and those who are victims. Another strong reaction in the community of the ordinary people is to deny that there is a problem within any community, particularly my community. How could someone I know, whom I might interact with, be involved in something so insidious as this? Yet that denial also helps keep the reality of this problem hidden. We won't talk about it, and worse, we do not accept and support those who are victims. Finally, we must resist the temptation to remain passive in the face of this problem. We have learned that when a population becomes a bit more informed and learns the signs to look for, and most importantly, to whom they can go with their suspicions, that passivity gives way to reporting. When people in key service industries know what to look for and how to pass along information, things can begin to change. But you all know all of this, so perhaps it is simply to remind us here of how important each of these steps have been and how important it is to continue to confront our hesitance in order to do our part to support you all. And I think just for a moment, the parable of the Good Samaritan. Two people crossed the street. One stayed and helped. We want to take that Good Samaritan and make them better Samaritans for helping those who are victims. So may each of you find much progress in your conversations today. May we continue to find ways to oppose human trafficking and slavery in our community and in our world. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, Rector Magnificus, for this short and very interesting introduction. Allow me to say that I hope that this is only the beginning of a cooperation with you, because we started a very good cooperation with Professor Zollner and with other people here, and we are very happy about this cooperation. But now, I'm now handing over to Mr. Jan Sweet, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Arise Foundation, and he shall be our conference moderator today. Jan, it's over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Today I've got the privilege of being the moderator for the whole of the day. To help set the scene for the programme, the morning session will consist of two panels in the morning, separated by a 30-minute coffee break. Lunch will be offered at 12:15 to 1:15, followed by an afternoon session of 4 panels, punctuated by a tea break at 3 p.m. We aim to finish at 4:40 p.m, hopefully. My primary role is to ensure that we keep the event moving in the right direction, and I've been asked by the event coordinators to keep us on time if possible. I therefore respectfully request all the panellists and speakers today to try to keep to the timings that have been set for everybody. You will find that the panel chairs and myself may be giving some gentle reminders in relation to timekeeping, just to keep things moving along so that we can keep on time. Don't hold that against us, we are nice people. In relation to the panel, I will hand over to the chairs, and I will not talk about individuals that will be on the panels. Again, this is in relation to the time frame that we've got, so we won't be giving bios on everybody that's speaking today. What I would ask is, if you look at your packs, you'll see QR codes at the back there. If you have a look at those, you can look up all the speakers and panellists today to get a better understanding of who they are. So there won't be anybody giving bios today in the interest of time. During the panels, you will have the opportunity to ask questions. There's a Slido system, So there won't be a live mic going around. There's a Slido system. Again, if you look at your QR codes at the back of your packs, you'll be able to see the QR code there. Go onto that, put your questions forward, and the chairs of the panel will be able to see those questions and select the questions to put to the panel. So that's me for the time being. That's our rules of engagement. If we can make sure that we keep the conversation moving. We've got a lot to get through, and we've got some very interesting people to talk through the points that they've got. The aim of today is to give everybody the opportunity to be able to put their point across in the allocated time available, and to give everybody that same opportunity, and hopefully we can achieve that today. So if we can move on to the first panel, I'd like to welcome and hand over to the first chair. And our first chair is His Excellency Dr. Joseph Blotz. Can I invite the first panel to come up, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear me? Very good. Can you see us? Very good. Ian has outlined the rules of engagement. The plan for this panel, as for the other ones to come, is that I will give all the panelists the opportunity to deliver their statement for about 5 minutes or so. So 5 minutes each for the panelists. Please feel free to raise questions as Ian has explained to you. Use the QR code, and then the system will show me who wanted to address the audience, ask a question, whatever. And after all the interventions and statements, I will open the floor to you for your questions and statements. And before we start with Dr. Pizzicanella, I'd like to very briefly introduce myself. The Grand Hospitaller of the Order of Malta. The Grand Hospitaller, this is one of the beautiful traditional titles of the order, who is a religious lay order, as you know, with a history of 1,000 years. Grand Hospitaller may be translated to something like Minister for Health and Social Affairs and International Cooperation, which is my portfolio in the Order of Malta on a global scale. All right, having said that, I'll hand over the floor and give the floor to Dr. Stefano Pizzicanella for his first statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And as Italy's Special Envoy on Human Trafficking Issues, I am honored to contribute to this session devoted to assess whether our current structure to prevent and respond to human trafficking and modern slavery are sufficiently equipped to address both persistence and evolution of this crime. The Department for Equal Opportunities of the Prime Minister's Office in Italy deeply values this discussion and reaffirms Italy's strong commitment to prevent and combat human trafficking and modern slavery, as I also underlined in my opening speech. Indeed, this year we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of operativity of our national anti-trafficking system. To begin, I'd like to briefly introduce the national architecture through which Italy organizes its action. At the central level, the Department for Equal Opportunities of the Prime Minister's Office acts as the national anti-trafficking coordinating authority. The department oversees the governance, implementation and monitoring of the National Action Plan against trafficking in human beings. It ensures institutional coherence, leads interministerial coordination, and engages systematically with regions, municipalities, law enforcement agencies, the judiciary, and specialized civil society organizations. This multi-level system is at the core of Italy's effort to prevent, combat, and prosecute trafficking in human beings. The governance structure mirrors this complexity. The department has established a steering committee that serves as the political and institutional platform that brings together central and local authorities, law enforcement agencies, as well as civil society organizations. Supporting the work of the steering committee, there is a technical committee that brings together at a technical level all the relevant actors, including relevant and accredited NGOs. For what concerns protection actions, the system relies on projects that are financed by the Department for Equal Opportunities and that currently cover the entire national territory. 21 projects are operating, implemented by a variety of entities, regional and local authorities, as well as third sector organizations. Through this mechanism, Italy ensures a coordinated and nationwide network of services, covering shelters for presumed and identified victims, psychological, social and legal assistance, social and legal support, and integration pathways, thus operationalizing the commitments set by the National Action Plan against trafficking, and fulfilling its obligation under international and European standards. A key pillar of Italy's victim protection system is also the National Anti-Trafficking Helpline, what we call the Numero Verde Nazionale Antitratta. It's a 24/7 toll-free service coordinated by our department. The helpline ensures immediate nationwide access to assistance for potential victims, providing multilingual support, rapid assessment of risk, and activation of the closest territorial project within the national protection work. As the primary entry point for early identification, the helpline connects callers with specialized teams capable of delivering urgent protection, safe accommodation, legal information, and social support. Its centralized management guarantees uniform standards of interventions across all regions, fosters coordination among institutional and civil society actors, and strengthens Italy's capacity to detect emerging trends and routes of exploitation. Moreover, the helpline also supports the data collection that it's relevant to better understand the phenomenon of human trafficking in our country. Regarding the preparedness and future planning, Italy is currently working on the new National Action Plan for the years 2026-2028. The drafting process is informed by the lessons learned from the implementation of the previous plan cycle and by contributions of all involved stakeholders, including frontline professionals. Particular attention is being given in the new plan that will be issued early next year to the early identification of victims, the strengthening of multi-agency procedures, and the protection of children, especially unaccompanied minors, and to the much-needed convergence between the anti-trafficking and anti-violence territorial protection system to better assist women. The upcoming plan will also incorporate new strategic priorities to counter emerging threats, including online recruitment, criminal exploitation through digital platforms, and the diversification of trafficking routes driven by political and geopolitical instability. Finally, a few words on resourcing and adequacy. Italy has recently strengthened, through a decision of the government, and reorganized the Department of Equal Opportunities, consolidating its role as National Anti-Trafficking Coordinator, and a new dedicated unit will be operational in a few months' time at the Department for Equal Opportunities. I'm close to the end of my speech. I would just like to underline, as I did in my previous speech, that Italy implements its anti-trafficking policies, prevention and persecution in line with the main recommendations that come from, at European level, the EU, the Council of Europe, and of course at a global level from the OSCE, but it also attaches greatest importance to the bilateral cooperation with countries at a European and global level. And I would like to mention here in particular, since we have friends from the US here in the audience, the collaboration that is very fruitful with the US colleagues, especially from the Department of State, that we meet on a regular basis, and that we have, and that give us a very positive exchange on the details on how to implement policies on anti-trafficking. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pizzicanella. I'm particularly grateful for your reference made to the National Action Plan, because this panel, looking at structures, is not only trying to take stock of current structures, but also of potential for development, for what we are supposed to do in future. And I also like to refer to a remark the Grand Chancellor made half an hour ago. He was talking about the need to invent new architectures of protection. So this is not about today, it is particularly about tomorrow, what we have to adapt and develop in order to stay abreast of developments. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Chiara Cardoletti, the UNHCR representative to Italy, the Holy See, and San Marino. Please, Chiara.
Thank you, Mr. Blatz. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here to talk about a subject that is of fundamental importance for UNHCR, but also for refugees. Most importantly, as you all know, trafficking thrives when vulnerability thrives, but most importantly, it thrives when protection is lacking. And that's exactly what I really would like to talk about this morning, and try to put trafficking in its proper context in the current global situation. We are meeting at a time of alarming high global displacement, which is driven by conflict, persecution, and of course, deepening inequalities, which forces that directly fuel trafficking at a moment when chronic underfunding is undermining our ability to respond. Trafficking is an issue today, but it's not likely what it's going to be in the next few years if the issue of conflicts and funding isn't addressed urgently. And that I say convinced, because what we are seeing today is already a big problem. We see it in our streets. We see it with kids begging in the streets. We see it with women being subject to all sorts of abuses. But it will likely be much, much worse if migration continues to be driven by conflict, and where displaced and forcibly displaced population in particular do not find the responses that they need. And that's where we really are today. By mid-2025, we had more than 117 million people around the world who have been forcibly displaced. Let's not forget that this is an enormous number of people who are currently away from their homes, away from their villages, on a migratory path, and whom for years, for decades, have been able to be stabilized where they were, in countries of asylum, because of the interventions and support of the development work that has been done and the humanitarian work that has been done. This is no longer the case, in particular in Africa, but also further afield. In conflict zones, at the moment, take Sudan, for example, entire protection systems have collapsed. Police has disappeared. Schools have closed. Families have been torn apart, and children are becoming increasingly separated from their families in a matter of minutes. And once that happens, the risk of trafficking multiplies instantly. And I think I really wanted to underline that traffickers thrive when conflict thrives. And then, of course, there is the journey. The journey is perhaps the most difficult part of all, because along migratory routes, as we have heard earlier on, in desert, in sea, on the sea, in camps, in settlements, Trafficking thrives, and I can tell you that having worked for this organization for over 25 years and in many different countries, I have seen refugee camps who have been the center of action by traffickers and kidnappers who go where vulnerability is. They picked up kids, they pick up women, and they move them along with stories that are obviously stories of hope and in a future, and then end up actually being in incredibly harrowing situations. And of course, trafficking thrives when people have no other way to find protection, and that is really, I believe, the biggest challenge. Currently, traffickers are operating where no one else is, when there are no legal pathways, when asylum is closed, where you cannot reach a country for safety. People will find hope in the hands of traffickers. And unless this issue is addressed, unless we address conflicts, unless we address the issues of inequalities, we cannot be surprised that people will try to find that hope in those people who are offering it to them. What we are seeing, of course, is that this phenomenon is primarily targeting those who are most vulnerable. And here I'm talking about the women that are obviously making up the larger proportion of the refugee and displaced population in the world. Over 60 million women are currently forcibly displaced. We see them every day. I see them in Lampedusa. I see how the traffickers are, are affecting where they are and affecting, but most importantly are the unaccompanied children who are at risk. What we are doing, I think, is a sustained humanitarian effort to respond to what Pope Francis has called the right not to migrate. This being said, and perhaps this is my current and biggest plea right now, is that with the current global situation and underfunding and increased aggressive efforts to diminish the world of the developing world and the humanitarian world in responding to the needs of the people, we are going to see a much more difficult situation at hand. UNHCR is doing everything possible to respond to the needs of people who are currently displaced. But just to give you an example, in the Sahel today, in Chad, where the majority of the Sudanese population is currently hosted, we've had to close 15,000 schools. You can imagine what happens to children when they no longer have schools to go to. Since we have no more time, I'll leave it at that, but that perhaps was my stronger plea. Thank you.
My apologies for reminding you on time. We had started already 15 minutes late, so I need to observe the time slots. Thank you very much. This was particularly important because one of the goals of this panel is to look after the question of whether we have involved all the relevant right actors in this problematic area. And having listened to the representative of Italy, where we saw a national perspective, now obviously the international, the UN perspective came to play and is coming to play, and this is extremely important. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cardoletti. Now I give the floor to Professor Mema, the founding director of Artificial Intelligence Ethics and Governance Institute for Existential Risk. Please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The question we're asked today is simple but uncomfortable. Are our current structures to prevent and respond to human trafficking fit for the 21st century? My answer is not yet, and I'm not sure. And the reason is that AI has transformed the trafficking landscape faster than our laws, institutions, and safeguards have adapted to it. AI is not a separate threat, it is a force multiplier. Traffickers now use AI-enhanced tools to identify vulnerable people, generate tailored messages, create deepfake identities, and scale recruitment and fraud across borders. We're also seeing new hybrid forms of exploitation, such as e-trafficking, where people are trafficked and forced to run AI-assisted cyber fraud operations. And organized crime groups are adapting AI faster than governments. So, how have we responded, and is it enough? Well, the core international framework, the Palermo Protocol, is still largely technology neutral. That neutrality once felt flexible. Today, it looks like a gap. UN bodies have issued, of course, strong guidance urging states to address technology-facilitated trafficking, but this guidance is non-binding and unevenly implemented. Where do we see concrete regulation? It's usually through platform and AI regulation. For example, the EU's Digital Services Act, the UK's Online Safety Act, or the EU's AI Act. These laws shape how platforms and AI providers handle trafficking-related risks, but they were not built with trafficking at the center and remain fragmented. The United States itself has a well-established anti-trafficking law, principally the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and related statutes, which criminalize sex trafficking, forced labor, coercion, fraud, etc. The U.S. law enforcement and justice system already uses technology, and in some cases AI-powered tools, to detect patterns, analyze data, and prioritize investigation of exploitation and online sexual exploitation. More recently, the U.S. itself has begun to enact legislation addressing AI-specific harms related to sexual exploitation and non-consensual imagery. Notably, the Take It Down Act of 2025 criminalizes publication of non-consensual intimate images, including AI-generated non-consensual images, and requires platforms to remove such content on notice. In parallel, many U.S. states, including the state of Utah, have moved faster than the federal government to enact AI or image-specific laws, for example, around AI-generated child pornography or misuse of likeness and voice that can intersect with exploitation concerns. In other words, although the U.S. does not yet have a dedicated AI trafficking statute, a combination of traditional trafficking laws and never laws addressing AI-enabled abuses already produce some legal basis to prosecute AI-facilitated exploitation. In the EU, the introduction of the Directive Act of 2024 brought significant changes to the EU's anti-trafficking policy. It added sexual exploitation, of course, as part of it, forced marriages, illegal adoptions, and surrogacy exploitation. Member states are required to transpose those changes till July of 2026. So the question is whether our structures are effective. There is, as I mentioned, genuine progress. Global norms, new awareness of technology, enable exploitation, and regulatory pressures on platforms and AI companies, but gaps remain. Law reform is slower than technology. It aims to regulate. No coherent global framework connects AI governance to trafficking prevention. Enforcement and digital evidence systems lag far behind, and human rights safeguards for AI tools remain inconsistent. So what needs to happen next? Well, one, make Palermo implementation AI aware. Explicitly include online recruitment, forced cybercrime, and AI-enabled exploitation in national laws. Set standards for safe, rights-respecting use of AI. AI-enabled recruitment, deception, coercion, and exploitation already fall within the scope of the protocol. A treaty that is technology neutral still requires technology-relevant domestic legislation when new modalities of harm appear. Two, align platforms and AI regulation with anti-trafficking goals. Require platforms and AI providers to assess and mitigate trafficking risks. Three, build shared digital infrastructure. Cross-border digital evidence systems, ethical AI tools co-designed with survivors, and I'd like to talk more about that later, or with survivors in mind, and capacity building. Four, stop, and this is not on the list, stop weakening existing protections. The U.S. current administration's ongoing push for nationalized, standardized AI regulation, I believe, is a step in the right direction if it seeks to bring all 50 states and U.S. territories under one regulatory regime while remaining pro-human, rather than simply pro-tech for big tech's sake. The same goes for what is happening within the European Union. As it currently stands, a proposed EU digital omnibus bill weakens the EU AI Act and GDPR protections. Again, we can talk more about that in the Q&A. In closing, AI can widen the gap between traffickers and the law, but it also can close it. Our effectiveness in the 21st century depends on how quickly we bring AI into the heart of our legal and operational frameworks. But given what we know about the AI model's propensity to perpetuate biased outcomes by misclassifying consensual sex work, as well as reinforcing surveillance in carceral systems, we must be mindful that technology cuts both ways, and that the datification of the fight against human trafficking alone is not the answer. We must not lose track of the fact that human trafficking is a manifestation of socio-political dynamics and human-centric dynamics. That's where the answer lies, rather than the hard, cold AI algorithms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. You, if I may say so, you hit the nail on the head, because one of the leading questions of this panel is, and let me quote, are the current structures working at the level expected of the 21st century? So AI, and you pointed it out by saying the protocol remains tech neutral. AI is a cross-cutting topic between process, structures, persons, etc., etc. So I'm particularly grateful for shedding light on the AI dimension of what we are talking about today. Having said that, I'll pass the microphone on to Mrs. Carlotta Santarosa, the project coordinator and senior focal point for counter-trafficking of the International Organization of Migration. Please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. On behalf of IOM and myself, I'm very thankful for being here today. It's a great opportunity to discuss a matter that is very important for the organization in Italy and worldwide. The topic of our panel is if the current structures are effective on combating trafficking in human beings, and as the previous panelists have already highlighted, they are partially adequate for the purpose. Why? Because we have indeed a robust legal framework that has been developed through the years, as from the Palermo Protocol, but let me mention also the Council of Europe Convention, the new EU directive adopted in 2024, the new EU Pact on Migration and Asylum, on which I will spend a few words also later, because this is a very important moment in the EU regarding migration management and the management of the arrivals, especially irregular flows. And it's essential that in this moment we also keep a focus on identification of victims of trafficking, on a timely intervention to prevent the exploitation of the victims, and to put in place the protection mechanism that are available. It was mentioned that Italian system, Article 18, and the Numero Verde Antitratta, and all the efforts that the Italian authorities are doing in ensuring an effective protection for the victims that are detected. But it's also very important that we find spaces and timing to identify the victims. And this is something that when we talk about migration management is not always at the core or at the center of the activities. The identification of those who are most vulnerable, and for sure victims of trafficking are among the most vulnerable migrants, is essential to ensure that the mechanisms that are available because of the robust legal framework that we have are currently implemented. Myself, I had the privilege in my life to meet survivors to trafficking in Lampedusa at the landing sites. And I call it a privilege because I had the chance to experience their capacity to overcome all the violence, all the abuses that they have faced during the journey, to speak out against the traffickers, to support the law enforcement authorities to identify the traffickers. So I think that it's essential that we give to the victims the room to express themselves, to speak for themselves, and to support the authorities in addressing trafficking. Let me quote our Director General that she stated that 2023 has been the deadliest year of migrants disappeared during the journey. So when we talk about victims of trafficking, we talk about people who risk themselves, their lives, whose life is put at risk not only during the exploitation, but even before the exploitation, because they are considered, as it was correctly mentioned, just goods to exploit, and their lives has no mean other than being exploited. This, of course, in the point of view of the traffickers. So I will conclude here, but the answer to the question that is guiding our panel here today is there are the tools. We should make all the efforts we can to make them work properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I took note of two ideas, two thoughts. One is give migrants a voice. Very good. And this is absolutely necessary. And combined with your field experience in Lampedusa, for example, gives you this degree of authenticity which is necessary for further developing structures and concepts. Thank you very much for this insight. And finally, then, I give the floor to Professor Tomoya Obokata, the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery. Please, Professor.
Well, thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to this very important conference. Today is doubly special as we celebrate the annual Human Rights Day also. For my part, I will discuss the role of special procedures mandate holders appointed by the UN Human Rights Council, like myself and my colleagues present here today, the special rapporteurs on sexual exploitation of children and on violence against women. Our primary function is fact-finding in our respective mandates. For this, we produce thematic reports every year to UN Human Rights Council and the General Assembly. As an example, my report this year to the Council focused on the worst forms of child labor in order to analyze whether member states have been able to eliminate them as per their commitment made under Target 8.7, Sustainable Development Goal 8. Also, at the invitation of respective governments, we visit countries in order to conduct independent investigations. During our visit, we meet a large number of governmental and non-governmental stakeholders in order to understand the nature and extent of the problems relating to our respective mandates and any actions being taken to address them. Through these activities, we facilitate constructive dialogue with states, civil society, and other stakeholders. We do so by identifying good practices and sharing them widely within the international community in a spirit of mutual respect and learning. With regard to ongoing or remaining challenges, we offer our knowledge and expertise so that we can work together to address them. In this regard, we sometimes help draft national laws and policies and provide technical support or assistance to states to build their capacity. In so doing, we always aim to promote a multi-stakeholder approach with the involvement of all stakeholders, including victims and survivors of human rights violations. In addition, when we receive allegations of human rights violations, in my case, contemporary forms of slavery, we can directly liaise with states and other entities such as businesses by sending so-called allegation letters or communications with a view to soliciting their responses and encouraging them to take necessary actions when these allegations are true. Again, constructive engagement is essential here, and we work behind the scene to improve the situations at hand. As an example, I was contacted by a victim of trafficking for forced scamming in Southeast Asia recently, and through the urgent appeal procedure, I have been working with the government concerned informally to ensure his protection instead of law enforcement actions. We do our best to fulfill our duties, but there are a number of challenges we face. For example, the ongoing financial crisis within the UN entire system as a whole has had a negative impact on the entire human rights ecosystem, and special procedures are no exceptions, as the number of country visits we can conduct and the word counts for our reports have been reduced, and support staff have also been let go. I urge member states to ensure that the human rights machinery within the UN is well-resourced and supported. We are also in the middle of the so-called rationalization process within the Human Rights Council, where certain mandates are being merged or eliminated. In this regard, the Council, during its 60th session in September, took an unprecedented step to merge my mandate with that of Special Rapporteur on human trafficking. Although this may be regarded as reasonable in order to reduce duplication of work and enhance efficiency, it is of critical importance that the Council retains sufficient resources for the new mandate holder starting in May next year. In addition, non-cooperation, particularly by member states, is a major issue. It is quite difficult for all mandate holders to secure an invitation from states for a country visit, and some states do not even respond to our communications, thereby refusing to engage in constructive dialogue. We do our work pro bono, and therefore will cost nothing for states to benefit from our expertise and experience. And I therefore invite them to reach out and work with us more cooperatively in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Obokata, for shedding light on the financial aspect of what we are doing. Financial restrictions have a negative impact, and that is very clear. We need the resources for all the human rights activities under the aegis of the UN, but also of the IOM and nations. Thank you very much. Many thanks to the panelists. I think we have got 10 minutes left. I'm grateful for the interventions of our 5 panelists, particularly because they shed light on so many different dimensions of the problem at hand, partially cross-cutting questions and topics and dimensions. And hopefully, and now I turn to you, and hopefully these energizing statements have provoked some questions on your side. The system in front of me does not give me any indications on questions or statements, perhaps because the system isn't working. Unfortunately, at the same time, I was told that we do not have microphones, but the point is that certainly we do not want to conclude this panel without giving you the opportunity to raise your hand, to make a comment, to ask a question. And we may be able to listen to you even without microphones. So to make a long story short, are there any questions? Yes, I see the first one, please. Please rise and... Who wants to take the floor? Have you directed your question to a... Okay. Would you perhaps try?
I will certainly try, sir. Thank you very much for that question. So I was referring to conflicts driving a situation of vulnerability that then, of course, leaves traffickers pretty much free to have a huge pool of people from which to choose in terms of... I don't think the problem here is an issue of structures, of laws. I think there are very strong laws. I think that we've had plenty of explanation on what the laws say. I think here is a bigger issue of obviously implementing those laws, but also tackling what's fueling this situation. What's fueling the fact that so many millions of people have to get on the road to try to find protection. And amongst those millions of people, then of course the most vulnerable are affected. In my view, we are at a breaking point globally in terms of those conflicts driving so much displacement. And certainly, if there's no meaningful responses to that anymore, because we have decided as an international community that that's no longer important, then we are going to see more and more people moving, and we are going to see traffickers moving them, because they have very little alternatives to move other than using traffickers. So I think the laws are great. I think the infrastructure, I think our distinguished colleague from the US described how important that infrastructure is. But infrastructure is going to collapse on itself if it's driven by millions of people on the way. And I think that's something we need to keep a very close mind to.
Doesn't UN have a number of displaced people?
Yes, sir. We have a number for displaced people. I've spoken about it earlier. We're talking about 170 million people between those who are internally displaced, so people who have left their homes but they remained within their own country, and those who have actually crossed the borders. Regardless, when you've left your home, you are in a vulnerability situation, and you're much more likely to move further afield if you don't find a protection inside your country. And if I speak of Sudan, that protection is not currently really there, or many other conflict-related situations.
Thank you very much. There is an add-on from Professor Obokata.
Sure. When we talk about human trafficking, we always talk about criminals, but we also have to remember that these people are exploited by legitimate companies. So there is that link, whatever the sector. So that what we need to do is, in addition to going after organized criminals, we need to tackle all these companies who are exploiting them. So through human rights due diligence and law and so on. So there are, in the EU and elsewhere, even in the United States, import ban. And all of these are actually beginning to work, putting a pressure on companies, businesses down the supply chain to take actions. And I think we also need to look at that dimension at the same time, not just criminals, organized criminal groups, but there's a clear link between those two. So I'll just emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to Mr. Hyland, I'm able now to see a couple of questions, and I'm afraid that we have got time for only one or two more questions. May I perhaps read one of these? The question is the following. Is the focus, and this is a question to my panelists here, is the focus on the multilateral organizations sometimes a distraction from building a national effective outcome or national effective outcomes? So multilateral organizations distracting from building national outcomes. Isn't that an interesting question? Who wants to take the floor on this one? Please, you.
Thank you. In brief, I would say that the two components are complementary one to another, because trafficking involves different countries, countries of origin, countries of transit, and destination countries when we see from the point of view of the traffickers. But protection mechanisms should be in place at national level, because the victims should find support at the national level. So I would say that the two mechanisms are one close to another.
Yeah, very good. Please.
Sure. I think that what is really important to retain here is that multilateral organizations don't work in a vacuum. The whole objective of the work that we do in the field in particular is build national capacity. It's all about building national capacity. So I think that thinking that there is an interest in replacing that, it's false. The idea is really to work with governments at the request of governments to make sure that that capacity is built. And we're a long ways from doing that.
Please.
Yes, I would like to add, as I said in both my speeches, that the multilateral dimension and the national dimension need one the other. So actually, from the viewpoint of Italy, but I think of many other countries, the multilateral dimension gives to the national decision makers the necessary inputs in order to better shape and make more effective the national policies. So I don't see any contradiction in this.
It's certainly not contradiction. It is trying to find synergies and coordinate well. I mean, everybody is obviously asking for coordination, which is necessary. But should I say, the attitude of some players sometimes is difficult because who wants to be coordinated? That can become a problem.
Could I say something?
10 seconds, please, and then we have got
I think in the context of AI and e-trafficking, human trafficking, I was talking about earlier, this idea of national prerogatives actually becomes even more important and more urgent, partly because data privacy laws are so different across actually countries. And so the EU treatment of data is very different from the US one. So sometimes those systems actually don't even work with each other. So I think national first, multilateral second, in the case of AI.
Thank you. Last question.
Yes,
please.
thank you. A very practical one. Internet and pornography. Thank you. So beyond IA, we saw two initiatives last week. Okay, in France, now they try to forbid the mobile phone on the schools. In Australia, they have cancelled the authorization for minors less than 16 years to get to social networks. GSMA is an international organization of all the internet providers, and they have the means to cut the pornography access if they want to. Quick one, if there are any specific initiative, I think the world is ready today to accept, to cancel, to forbid the pornography on internet. Is there any specific initiative on that? Thank you.
So very quickly, I'm a little bit pessimistic about your optimism, and that is that we are ready for it. And the reason for that is because we're actually in an era of deregulation rather than regulation. That's what I was hinting at during my opening comments. Even if we look just here in the European Union, right, everything about the digital omnibus actually goes the other direction. We're delaying, data protections, we're loosening data protections with regards to GDPR. And so I would say that the feeling right now is, including the United States as well, that we're probably less likely to see something like that, even though, let's say, Australia, right, may have that particular successful example. So, sorry.
Thank you very much. This concludes panel number 1 on structure. I've got 13 more questions, which is a good sign, and which is an indicator for quality and expertise of our 5 panelists. And let us give our panelists a round of applause before we go. And now it's time for a coffee break.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Can I just have everyone for 1 minute, please? We're going to break for coffee now. We've got problems with the internet, the Wi-Fi, so we will go on to. Oh, it's better. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got problems with the Wi-Fi, so we will look to use the microphone in order to ask questions for the other panels. If everybody could be back for 15 minutes, thank you.
Cardinal here, do we know if he's arrived? I don't know. Oh yeah, here's Ian.
Yeah?
Well, Ian will tell us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Welcome back from coffee. I would now like to introduce His Eminence, Cardinal Fabio Baggio, to address the conference. Thank you.
Yeah, he's here.
I would like to start by conveying the greetings and the wishes of Cardinal Michael Czerny, the prefect of the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development, and the Sister Alessandra Smerilli, the Secretary of the same Dicastery. Excellencies, Reverend Fathers, dear friends, it is a pleasure to see so many friends and partners gathered here today. I wish to thank the Order of Malta, especially Ambassador Michel Voutet, for his unwavering dedication the Pontifical Gregorian University for hosting this important event, the Santa Marta Group, and Praeveni Global for organizing this important gathering. All of you are deeply committed to combating and eradicating human trafficking, which our beloved Pope Francis has denounced as an open wound on the body of contemporary society, a scourge upon the body of Christ. The victims are indeed that suffering part of the body of Christ. And for all those who devote their lives, whether through their professional engagement or their religious vocation, to fighting human trafficking, this mission means first and foremost rescuing and caring for our brothers and sisters caught in the perilous net of his skyrocketing and nefarious trade. And even more so at the close of his jubilee year, during which we have been called to release those unjustly bound, to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke, Isaiah 58, we must work together to eradicate all forms of modern slavery. As Pope Leo, in his apostolic exhortation on love for the poor, Dilexite, told us, the liberation of prisoners is an expression of a Trinitarian love, a God who frees not only from spiritual slavery, but also from concrete oppression. The act of rescuing someone from slavery and captivity is seen as an extension of Christ's redemptive sacrifice, whose blood is the price of our redemption. I wish to thank all of you for the efforts to study, raise awareness, and eradicate this global phenomenon that exceeds the competence of any one community or country, and that represents a challenge to the Church's teaching and motivated her a special pastoral concern. Pope Francis has called for a mobilization comparable in size to that of the phenomenon itself. Pope Leo reminds us that our mission should be to offer even our own bodies in place of prisoners, thus literally fulfilling the commandment, no one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Wishing you fruitful work and a blessed Advent season, I thank you again for your daily unfaltering dedication. And I would like to express my personal commendment, my personal appreciation for all the work. I was greeting some of you in the hall during the coffee break. I think we are all engaged in the same good mission, and I want to stress it is a mission that we have today. Freeing people from modern slavery, freeing people, giving them back freedom to those who are oppressed is exactly what the Jubilee years is calling us. It's a call to action which is finding the hearts and the minds and the arms of very good people here around. And our energy should be put at the whole energy that we have in order to eradicate this scourge, this phenomenon of human trafficking. I would like to use the same word that Pope Francis used during the conference that we celebrated in 2019, thanking you deeply, all those who are accompanying all the victims, those who are preventing human trafficking to happen, those who are advising people, those who are helping the rescue of the people, those who are helping the reintegration of people in their family environment. Thank you. It is a precious work, and I'm sure God is blessing our mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Cardinal. I know the Cardinal has to leave us now, but thank you for addressing us today. I know, just a bit of an admin point, I know we've had problems with the Slido, and I know that some people can't get on it. So for the event to run a bit smoother, there will be a microphone, a couple of microphones in the audience for questions at the end of the panel. Please just raise your hand if you want to speak, and a microphone will come to you. Can I just ask that you make your questions to the point, sharp and short, please, so that we can get through as many questions as possible. So, forget the Slido system. The microphones will be around for you to have questions. Thank you. So, I would like to introduce our second panel, and I'd like to hand over to the panel chair, the Right Reverend Bishop Alistair Redfern. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all for your participation, and we got clear messages about timing and discipline, so I'm going to invite each of the panelists in a minute to make their speeches within the 5 minutes, and there'll be a little reminder if it's getting beyond that. I've been given a little space to do an introduction. I'm a member of the Anglican Church. I chair something called the Clear Initiative, which is the Church's response to modern slavery in the UK and across the Anglican Communion. And I just want to suggest there are a number of strands about process. We're talking now about if we're looking at structures, and then what process have we got within which we can try and improve structures and then later on reach out better to persons and situations and challenges. The first process I want to remind us of is the process of being a church. Our whole business of trying to touch hearts and souls to gather around goodness, kindness and grace. That's our key business. That's the process that will empower us. Church also has this remarkable ability to connect grassroots lived experience with policymakers and public debate and public spirituality. Those processes we really need to inhabit with this agenda. Second process is about theology. We have a discipline of reflection and learning. We want to learn. And we know that God is, especially as the Cardinal just reminded us, calling us to let the oppressed go free, to lay down our lives for others. I just remind us as Christians, the gospel starts with Luke 4, I've come to set the oppressed free. It ends in Matthew 25 with giving us a measurement of how we've done in our Christian discipleship. And it doesn't mention anything about going to Mass. It doesn't mention anything about how many prayers you've said. It says, did you notice that person and make a difference? We've really got to get into that process of what theology teaches us. The third thing is our Christian witness, the action that we're all making and how that can be developed and enhanced by learning from each other. I just remind you the Good Samaritan didn't just rescue the person, they set up a system with another person, the innkeeper, to ensure the person could recover and be blessed and have a future. Partnership. We've got to get into processes of partnership with others. There's a process of government that many of us are involved in. Government's on the back foot at the moment, as we know. We've got to do all we can to get this on the political agenda so that the resources and prevention can work. That's a huge task, and the process of politics is going to be massive. There's business practice. We're all consumers. Pope Francis used to talk about the fact we're indifferent to what's going on about modern slavery because we just want cheap goods and services for ourselves. We don't even notice. We have an enormous potential to get consumers on the front foot asking awkward questions, difficult questions, challenging business, and trying to get the leverage of business on our side. And then lastly, we have the process of prayer, which is our discipline of stepping back to confess our involvement, to confess that we need to learn with others and to be inspired and our hearts filled with goodness, and to have the powers of perseverance, especially when things aren't going well or we don't seem to be making much progress. We're about to celebrate the birth of new life. That pretty soon morphs into a death and resurrection. We've got to be prepared to pray our way through those things to make a real difference. There's just some headlines about process that may or may not be useful for us as we engage with our panelists. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Reem if she would begin with her presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to this important conference. Of course, all of us here understand that women and girls are amongst the most affected by trafficking and exploitation, and that their vulnerabilities are very much shaped by a number of factors, including their age and sex, but also the social and gender norms and relationships in the countries and areas from which they come from. Given that we are commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol, I'm going to answer the question very much in relation to that. Previous speakers have alluded to the fact that we do actually have very good legal frameworks, regional treaties, human rights standards, including the Palermo Protocol, which has done a lot, in fact, increasing the protections also of women and children that have been subjected to trafficking and exploitation, and has enabled over 180 countries to align their domestic laws with the international standards that it set. So my message is actually quite simple then, is we have to walk the talk. We have to apply the human rights standards stipulated in the Palermo Protocol and other human rights treaties and norms, and we have to make resources available for that. In the sense that, as was mentioned, with increasing militarization and increasing austerity measures, what we are seeing is actually reducing funding to frontline actors that identify, support, and assist victims of trafficking, including women and children, but also to providing reparations, access to justice, and so on and so forth. This happens not just in places affected by crisis, so we don't only see a reduction in humanitarian assistance and development assistance, but also in countries at peace. Women's organizations, civil society organizations, social workers that form part of governments are all heavily strained and underfunded. I would also argue that we need to focus more on the prevention and the protection aspects of the Palermo Protocol, and rather than the very heavy-handed focus on prosecution. Because that also means that by focusing too much on prosecution, we are deprioritizing a victim-centered approach. We are not taking sufficient consideration of the trauma that many of these victims suffer, and also their fear of either being deported to a situation where they could be re-trafficked, or where their lives could be a danger, or where they could be separated from family members. So this is also important. I would also like us to think about addressing exploitation, including in particular sexual exploitation, which is stipulated for in the Palermo Protocol, but not only through an angle of trafficking. Now, what do I mean by that? We know that Article 9.5 mandates state parties to discourage the demand that fosters all forms of exploitations of persons that leads to trafficking, including sexual exploitation and the exploitation of prostitutions of others. Now, to me, that means that we have to work on eradicating and ending the sexual exploitation and the exploitation of prostitution of others, irrespective of whether trafficking happened or not. And since there is an interest in the issue of prostitution, including online prostitution, I would like to present to you that we must adopt policy models that actually prevent demand for the buying of sexual acts. Only when we end the demand for the buying of sexual acts can we really make progress on ending sexual exploitation and prostitution of others. And that also extends to online prostitution, which in my view is pornography. And so far, even countries that have the Nordic model, so which very much discourage demand and criminalize buying and pimping, have not, with the exception of one country, included pornography under its scope, its policy framework, and that country is Sweden. So in Sweden, as of recently, when you buy pornographic material, you are actually liable to prosecution or to criminalization. So yeah, a lot still can be said about this. I will close by saying that we also need to understand better the issue of consent and how consent and the lack of consent and the lack of relevance of consent in situations of exploitation and abuse works with regards to exploitation. Because right now we are pushing global frameworks that try to weaponize the concept of consent against victims when in fact they are consent in situations of exploitation and abuse is meaningless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut into you, but very... And very quickly, a challenge to walk the talk. Standards have got to be applied properly and resourced, and there's a lack of resourcing at the moment, a reduction in funding. We need more focus on protection and not just prosecution, and the whole issue of prostitution and pornography is growing and desperate, really. So thank you very much indeed. I wonder now if I could go to Mama Fatima to go second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? It's truly a pleasure to be here today. I want to speak specifically for children. And it's been 25 years since the Palermo Protocol was adopted, and yet we're still talking about trafficking. Yes, a lot has been accomplished in terms of legal framework, etc., but the numbers continue to rise. So something is amiss. And I want to speak specifically on how a process meets the needs of victims. Because as the UN Special Rapporteur on the sale, sexual abuse and exploitation, I advocate for the protection of children from sale, sexual abuse, trafficking, and sexual exploitation. And I also have opportunities to meet with victims and survivors, children who survived trafficking and sexual exploitation. And one of the things I have learned is that when victims are seen, supported, and empowered, prevention, protection, and successful prosecution is possible. But we need to start with the victims. So I want to touch on two issues. One, the children who are victims of trafficking, their access to justice, but also how do we provide support for them? So let's start with support. When a child who's a victim of trafficking, many times trafficking for sexual exploitation, in forced prostitution, survival sex, they are traumatized. So the first thing we must consider is the kind of support we provide for them, psychosocial support, but shelter. And this is applicable to any child, irrespective of who they are, where they come from, their ethnicity, etc. And this is applicable to every country, whether their destination country or particularly the transit country. It's really important that these children, these survivors, these victims are provided with the shelter they need, the psychosocial support they need, and the medical support they need. Because they are traumatized, it is also important to provide trauma-informed services, which are equally as important. Now, another important point for the support of these children is the protection of their identities and the provision of reintegration services and programs. But many children who are trafficked, and I'm talking about trans-border traffic, many of them are treated as immigrants or migrants. So they're not provided with the unique support they require as trafficked victims and not refugees and not migrants. So it's really important that we encourage the training of law enforcement, border control officials to be able to identify these unique group of children who require empathy, who require support in the provision of services that should be provided to them. And in terms of, because I believe that once the relevant support is provided to these victims, then you create trust between the victims and law enforcement. Then it's easy for the law enforcement to conduct their investigation, which in turn leads to identification of perpetrators and by extension, prosecution of perpetrators. So there's a connection, but we need to start with the victims first, ensure that the services we provide are victim-centered, child-centered, trauma-informed, to be able to move further from that. Let me talk a bit about accessing to justice. We talked about legal frameworks that are in place, and I have to commend many nations who have very robust laws that protect children from trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation or sexual exploitation. But I usually specifically request that member states specifically list certain offenses in the criminal laws, and those include exploitation through trafficking, but also transactional sex and online sexual abuse, because now many a times criminals have migrated to the digital environment where children are trafficked through that means. And the law must also ensure that it decriminalizes certain offenses such as survival sex on the part of the victim, but also loitering, for example, because many a times I have learned through my interaction with victims, because they're traumatized by the experiences they undergo, they're also double traumatized by the law enforcement they come into contact with, because they tend to be treated as perpetrators instead of victims of the crimes that they have been accused of.
30 seconds.
Yes. So I believe that once the legal structure is framed in such a way that victims are centered, children are centered, it creates trust, and it enables law enforcement to work closely with these victims to identify and apprehend perpetrators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding us so clearly that when victims are taken seriously and supported and have the right kind of trauma-informed care, then actually that enhances our ability to prosecute and prevent. And we really need to learn that, rather than, as you said, we start the other way around, really, and put this at the end. And also how legal structures need to take that seriously. So thank you, some very important agenda for us. So we're now going to ask Mark to speak.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today. Just 3 quick revelations. One, I'm losing my voice. The second is I realize I'm getting to the age I need bifocals, because I can either put my glasses on and see or can't see my notes. And also, I'm not going to use my slides for the technical team. Too ambitious for the time frame, I think. So we've heard several times this morning around this crime type being borderless. We've heard about some of the dire circumstances and vulnerabilities involved in the hooks that organized crime groups latch onto. Interpol is uniquely placed with its 196 member countries to support global law enforcement to combat this issue. So focusing on the question that was set for this panel around what processes are in place, I guess what I'm pitching to you all today is that Interpol is a process in itself. The very concept of Interpol was to share information and intelligence across law enforcement globally to coordinate effort. And we've heard today, I've been nodding a lot today, listening to speakers around the things that we see. We're privileged at Interpol to be in a position where we see the information flows and intelligence across all of those member countries. And absolutely, there's more to do. But where we do work in collaboration, we do have successes. My background as a senior officer from UK policing, having worked on a horrendous case supporting Essex police where 39 Vietnamese individuals died in a sealed container coming across the channel to the UK, really focused my mind around how much more we need to do because we're failing victims all of the time. So I come with that lens across to Interpol, where I head up, as you can see by my title there, the Crimes Against Children Unit. We work in collaboration across the Vulnerable Communities Subdirectorate with the Human Trafficking and Smuggling of Migrants Unit, which is the capacity I'm talking to here today. Interpol has some very practical processes if it is engaged. So I guess that key message, just to reiterate, is if member countries ask us to support in this crime area, there's some really good practical things that Interpol can do. So that is around, we've heard about trauma-informed and child-centered approaches where it's children that are involved. But just more broadly, across recognizing vulnerabilities, law enforcement is quite often the first entity to engage with victims. So there's a space where Interpol can support around training for law enforcement practitioners to recognize some of those vulnerabilities and the better ways to support victims. There's some very practical things that Interpol can do around equipment. So strengthening technology at the borders in very simple terms to make sure that law enforcement agencies and border force agencies can access Interpol systems, where then they will benefit from recognizing if there are stolen documents or missing people or wanted people. You'll have seen the movies where Interpol notices and diffusions are referenced quite regularly. But it's a real useful tool for global law enforcement. Where countries are connected to our system, there's a real chance that we can disrupt some of these organized crime groups. And then separate to training law enforcement around recognizing vulnerability and how best to respond to it and the equipment challenges, we offer very practically operational support. So we have a dedicated team at Interpol, the Human Trafficking and Migrant Smuggling team, and it's their job, to make sure that they bring the knowledge they have from best practice in member countries together and disseminate that out across the membership. So yeah, my key message, thank you for having me today. I'm really happy to talk in the margins, is Interpol is a process and works well if it's engaged in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. You are genuinely borderless, which is how this crime needs to be tackled. And it's very good you've reminded us that the process that you're at the heart of it is about the flow of information, appropriate training, technology, best practice, and really increasing the potential and the practice by all that sharing and monitoring and overseeing. Brilliant, and we just need to support you to do it more, really, and to make contacts in a place like this to help you in that work. But thank you very much indeed. So I'm now going to ask His Excellency Don Benito Barberini to speak. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Ambassador Vete and by offering a warm greeting to all religious and civil authorities present today. It's an honor to be here to share the experience of the Italian Relief Corps of Order of Malta in assisting migrants and combating human trafficking. Since 2008, our corps has supported the Italian government in managing migratory flows in the Mediterranean Sea, particularly through search and rescue operations. Our medical teams are deployed on the air and naval units of Italian Coast Guards, thanks to a long-standing and highly effective collaboration. Today, our commitment involves 25 doctors and nurses working every day, 24/7, across 5 operational areas: Lampedusa, which many of you already know, but also Catania, which is in Sicily, Rocella Ionica in Crotone in Calabria, and Pescara in Abruzzo. In 2024, we assisted over 30,000 people. In 2025, more than 22 migrants so far, including 3,000 women and minors. Since 2008, we had reached more than 400,000 lives. But as Pope Francis used often to remind us, behind every number there is a face, a name, and a story. For this reason, we had prepared the following video, if somebody can. There's no audio, sorry for that. But as you can see, this is what was going on. It's come from Lampedusa. It's quite it's a hard problem. I wonder why the audio is not here. Maybe there's a problem upstairs. Fabrizio, can you arrange something? No, you can't. So we should speak. Luca, help me.
It's very powerful without the sound, actually, because you just see the face.
The power of those images are representing what we are facing every day in Lampedusa. And I feel that Carlotta knows because she was there also with EOM. The points are essentially three. The people arrive after days spent on fragile boat, exposed to cold, thirst, and fuel burns. And often they are bearing signs of violence, abuse, and torture suffered during their journey. They are wounds of the soul. This is for us a reminder. We have to do our job to save their life, guided by respect, compassion, and we have to recognize their inherent dignity. The second point that I want to underline is that we are facing strong health challenges. Problems are that we are facing a disease once eradicated in Europe. Measles, polio, diphtheria. There is a strong link with the declining of vaccination programs in several African countries. There is also a problem in prevention and strategies. We have a decreasement in activity on those fields, and we need coordination in the international actions for that. The last and the most difficult for us and for all of us, when we are looking at the numbers, we are talking about people we saved. How many people we lost?
Thank you. Thank you. Can I thank you both enormously? I'm sorry that you didn't get the sound, but I don't know about others. I found just looking at the faces really powerful, because I was having to interpret what they were trying to say to me. So,
I have a vice president who speaks a lot. So
yeah.
it's okay.
But the work you're doing is, again, real processes in real time. 400,000 lives is an amazing achievement for which we should be grateful. And the way you're supporting government processes and on-the-ground care, and the detail about medical conditions and vaccination programs dropping off. Across the world, resources are dipping for all these kind of things. And that means our response has got to be smarter and more focused and more effective, really, against the odds. And I think you both are showing that your order is doing that in a very impressive way, so thank you. Come now to Rosario, and you're going to, well, you introduce yourself, and I won't take your time.
Thank you. You're right, Reverend Archbishop. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me on behalf of the Italian Red Cross to take part to this distinguished panel today. And I wish to express, first of all, my sincere appreciation to the organizers and all the fellow speakers for bringing together such a meaningful and timely conversation on countering human trafficking. The Italian Red Cross has progressively strengthened its engagement in countering human trafficking, not because we are a specialized anti-trafficking organization, but because our humanitarian mandate places us alongside people on the move every day. Across the country, during disembarkation operations inside the Lampedusa hotspot, in first and second reception centers, in community help desks, in our outreach street units, we regularly meet individuals who may be exposed to exploitation, coercion, or abuse. As this reality became more evident, we understood that we needed a coherent, principled, and safe system to support both the people concerned and our own personnel. With more than 150,000 volunteers active across Italy, it has become essential that those who encounter potential signs of exploitation in their daily work are able to recognize them and act safely. Over the last decade, the Italian Red Cross has developed specialized capacities in pre-identification and safe referral, always grounded in the fundamental principles of Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Trust building is the cornerstone of this work. Pre-identification does not begin with direct questioning, but with respectful communication, cultural and linguistic sensitivity, and informed consent. Many individuals do not yet perceive themselves as victims. Others fear institution or have experienced repeated harm along their journeys. For this reason, our teams are trained to recognize vulnerabilities without forcing disclosure and to take action only when the person clearly agrees. And they do so not in isolation, but together with a network of specialized services and institutions operating across the territory. This is the do no harm principle applied in practice. To ensure consistency across the country, the Italian Red Cross has developed internal operation tools, including its anti-trafficking manual, which harmonizes procedures for volunteers and operators. When longer-term support can be provided, especially in reception centers, the Italian Red Cross offers psychological counseling, legal orientation, and access to health services. Trauma affects a person's ability to trust, to plan ahead, and to rebuild autonomy. Without psychological and emotional stability, even well-designed integration pathways may struggle to produce durable results. This is why we invest a number of EU-funded projects that strengthen socio-economic inclusion for survivors. At the front line, the Italian Red Cross is implementing its main project currently in place, PMAC, Prevention for Human Trafficking through Integrated Humanitarian Assistance, which focused on Lampedusa hotspot, the first landing point on the central Mediterranean route. Here, the premise is simple. If someone chooses to disclose their experience, they must find a trained, empathetic, and well-prepared operator in front of them. This is why we train all our operators, as I said, while ensuring a sharing alignment, as every operator contributes to the overall protection system. A moment of openness may happen only once. Missing it can mean losing its crucial opportunity for protection. PMAC also emphasizes the essential contribution of cultural mediators and health professionals. Certain physical or emotional symptoms, headaches, irritability, gastric issues, agitation, may act as a sentinel indication of past harm. They are never evidence of exploitation, but signs that attentive listening is needed. The landscape of trafficking is changing. While sexual exploitation of women remains significant, the patterns are shifting. We now see fewer women arriving and a marked increase in young men from Pakistan and Bangladesh who may be vulnerable to labor exploitation and caporalato once inland. Effective protection systems must be evolved just as quickly as the phenomenon itself evolves. This brings us to the core question of today's panel. How can processes meet victims' need, drive prevention, and ensure accountability? From our perspective, processes succeeded when humanitarian protection and institutional responsibility are integrated. Protection must come first. Without safety, trust, and access to services, survivors simply cannot engage with justice. Prevention requires proximity, trained personnel, and systems capable of adapting rapidly to new trends. Accountability requires mechanisms that do not expose survivors to future harm and that recognize the complexity of their circumstances. Allow me to conclude with this reflection. Countering human trafficking is not the task of a single actor. It requires humanitarian capacity, institutional commitment, and systems that place dignity and agency at the center of every decision, like the Good Samaritan did. This is the approach of the Italian Red Cross has built over time, and it is its commitment. I thank you.
I didn't have to whisper my 30 seconds because I could see the script and we were getting to, so thank you. And again, a very powerful thing with the Italian Red Cross about the sheer number of volunteers you're training and the sensitivity they have to have. And we all need to always remember that we need to give people agency, autonomy was the word you used, and not rush in with our questions and our agenda, like what happened to you and who did this. We have to really listen, learn, become friends, become one with them, which is our Christian calling with brothers and sisters. And from that, of course, we can together listen, learn, and create the kind of institutional and sensitive support that you're developing. So thank you very much indeed to all our panelists. We've got a few minutes now for questions, and we've got a microphone system, I think. Where's the microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Sorry, thank you. So a gentleman up there on the right. Straight up on the right, there's a gentleman with his hand up. And then Rosie. And if it could be a short question, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. It'll be a disservice for me not to speak here today or to have an intervention. I am a survivor of modern slavery, also a person with a lived experience in Australia. What began as an opportunity became coercion, control, and exploitation. The Palermo Protocol helped me understand that trafficking is not about movement. It is about abuse of vulnerability. Today, through the Australian Catholic Anti-Slavery Network, I work to prevent exploitation in supply chains, and through the DOMAS 8.7 remediation service, I help ensure survivors receive dignified and just remediation. My message is simple. Treaties matter, but action matters more. Listening to survivors and acting decisively is what turns protocols into real protection. We must listen to survivors, protect them without criminalization, and build systems where exploitation has no place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll take Rosie, just come down a bit. If you just come down to Rosie here, and then we'll go back to the sister, and then I'll ask the panelists to comment.
Thank you, Bishop Alistair. We help victims of human trafficking, and thanks to this amazing lawyer, Samuel, we had a very important law in Mexico, and we want to know more about what you were saying, Reem Aslam. You are amazing, and what you have done for the UN and for the world, and about the consent. If you can say more, please.
Thank you. And then sister at the back, and then we'll ask the panelists to comment.
I make no apology for coming through the lens of prostitution. Anybody in this room who knows me knows that's the only lens I'll speak from. And again, I want to address it to Reem. And your brave report on prostitution and Vogue, which got a lot of stick for you, gave a lot of information to the world. But if we multiply that with General Recommendation 38 from CEDAW, we have a real agenda to challenge countries who are not putting abolitionist legislation in place. Because there is a clarity, unless we address demand, for me in the context of prostitution, but in any of the contexts, trafficking will continue because it is about supply and demand. It's about commodifying people. And so I just wonder whether you would be encouraging us to use CEDAW and or the Universal Periodic Review to call countries to account for their failure to address demand.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I think, Reem, if you start with an answer, and then we'll ask other people to comment if you want.
Yes, very much so. As I said, consent cannot be used to legitimize exploitation, abuse, under any circumstance, even more so for children. And it is also irrelevant where there is coercion, deception, and abuse of vulnerability, which is the case for the overwhelming majority of the victims. And consent cannot exonerate perpetrators nor justify the state of inaction or denial of protection and assistance to victims. And in fact, I have prepared a long guidance document to states and others on the issue of consent, discussing its applicability in very specific circumstances, like, for example, forced marriage, trafficking, prostitution, surrogacy, all these kind of areas that are presented as gray zones, but in fact are very clear, because as the second speaker said, I think international law is very clear, including the Convention on Discrimination, on ending all forms of discrimination against women. And we have to go back to the letter and the standards of international law and hold states accountable. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to comment on those questions? Yes, please.
I speak for children, and of course consent doesn't even come in here, but for me, what I usually say is nobody consents to their abuse, their exploitation, their violations. End of story.
Yeah. Anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay, so we can take a couple more questions. Lady there. A microphone, please. Put your hand up again so you can see where you are. That's it, thanks. And Marcelo.
Thank you all for sharing your experiences and thoughts. Many of the processes that we are discussing involve religious actors at some point. How are transnational issues like human trafficking and migration either challenging or supporting cooperation between the state and religious actors? How do you guys see the relationship between church and state evolving as it becomes clear that the church is actually the entity most ready and fit to provide care to the most vulnerable communities?
Thank you very much. Anybody want to have a go at that? Church and state and the role of the... I mean, I do a lot in my work, so I'm involved in the English Parliament a bit, and I think as resources get smaller for this, and as legislation gets muddled up with migration, all kinds of things, so that victims get lost in those other systems, we have a political task to try and get a focus on genuine victims being identified and supported in the way we've heard, and not just treated in the migration flow. We have a political task about priorities for law enforcement, because we pass laws, but they're not enforced because of lack of resources very often. And we have a key role, as all members of churches are consumers. And it's a vast, untapped resource of irritable emails to companies to put them on the right foot. Companies are frightened. I work with lots of companies. They're frightened to death of consumer feedback, but they don't get much on this. So I think there's some real things the church can do within the state, and we've also got to try and persuade our top-level people to work with the officers of state to actually put the resources so they don't just think they dealt with it by passing laws, but they improve their performance. Bishop Sanchez. Microphone, sorry.
Congratulations, was very, very interesting, your speech. But my problem is many people identify migration with trafficking. And of course, maybe this was in the beginning, but today we have more traffic in each country than the migration.
Yes.
So I know, for example, many bishop conferences put the problem of the trafficking and prostitution and all in all forms as a problem of migration. But it's not really a problem of migration. So I think that could be very clear to have two policies, we can say, one for migration, another for trafficking. So this is my question.
Thank you. Any final comments from the panel? We're about to run out of time. Any last word from... Yes? Reem?
I think trafficking is particularly a problem for groups and individuals that are marginalized, discriminated against. So whether they're inside the country or coming from abroad, and if there are more barriers also to reaching safety, then they will become more vulnerable to trafficking and other forms of exploitation.
Thank you very much. Can I thank the panel? You've done a brilliant job, put a lot of important stuff on the table for us to work with. I'll hand back to Ian, who can control the whole conference.
Thank you, Bishop Alistair. Thank you, panel. Can I just apologise for the loss of sound, but I think everybody here can agree that quite often a picture paints 1,000 words, and that was pretty powerful without the sound, actually. So I do apologise for that, but it was very impactful, so thank you for preparing that. Before we break for lunch, I just want to make an announcement that everybody will be invited to Mass tomorrow. That will be held in St. Peter's Crypt at the Basilica. If you want to attend the Mass, there's a QR code that will be available at the front desk where you came in. Anybody who goes to Mass, there's a possibility of a tour of the gardens of the Vatican, but it's a bit of a first come, first serve. There's limited numbers because there's coaches involved in taking people around. So if you go to Mass and you want to have the tour, please use the QR codes that are available on the front desk. Some people may be disappointed, but there are limits on numbers. So please go to the front desk for that. You will also need, if you're going to go to Mass, please bring your badge from today's event, and everybody will need to meet at the Santana gates no later than 7:45 a.m. in order to access the Vatican. We will now break for lunch. Can we have everybody back sharp, please? We've got the US Attorney General who's going to speak to the conference today. That will start at 1:15, so please be here for 1:15. Enjoy your lunch, thank you.
Sorry about the sound, but your video is really powerful. I would go with those faces, please.
I'd like to hand over to the chair of this panel as we follow on the theme of law enforcement. And I'd like to hand over to the chair, Her Eminence Frances Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a great conference. Push it on. Good afternoon, everybody. This has been a great conference so far. Great to share so much knowledge and expertise from different fields. And I guess that's what we have to do if we want to deal with this scourge, which affects every country, a huge international issue. And as I listened to people there, I was thinking if 30 years ago, when I started working on equality, if anyone had said to me that in every town and village in Ireland, we would have trafficked women from various parts of Africa or South America, I would not have believed it possible. I thought violence against women would decrease with greater understanding of gender equality, with greater understanding of social issues, as our economies improved, as men, as we had more male champions for equality, I would have thought these issues would have decreased. Instead, what we see is increases in pornography, in sexual violence. Last year, as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, I brought in the Directive on Violence Against Women. It was the first directive on violence against women that the European Parliament has done. We've also had a revised trafficking directive, and we have included sexual exploitation in relation to surrogacy, which needs more focus, illegal adoptions, forced marriages, and so on. And these are also, many of them, in the directive. So we have strong law at a European level in relation to cyber harassment, the sharing of intimate images. All of these are in the directive. And what we also see in Europe is we see the equality model, the Nordic model, beginning to get more attention, focusing on demand, because, as has been said a number of times, it is the demand that fuels the trafficking of women across Europe and across the world. So I'm a big advocate for the equality model, having brought it in Ireland, the Nordic model, and I think we need to see more countries doing it. I really do believe it is the future. But to get into the practical implementation of those directives in every member state in Europe, and we'll start with Europe, having to implement those directives, we need our criminal justice agencies really working hard, prioritizing these issues and getting the resources, most of all, that they need. So we have two excellent speakers here to explore these issues with us and to look at the practical implementation of law in relation to trafficking, how it's working, what those gaps are. And I'm joined, first of all, by Sir Stephen Kavanagh, newly appointed Sir in the honours list this year, so congratulations, Stephen, for your work on international policing. And of course, you were also Operations Director from Interpol. So a vast experience, and I'm sure you have strong views on what's happening at a European and indeed international level in relation to criminal justice agencies and the changes, the improvements we've seen, but the gaps. So over to you, Stephen.
Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, I want to be a little bit provocative because it's after lunch and we need to keep the energy levels going. So I want to do a bit of reflection, and I think Colm and I will balance off nicely because, well, Colm will focus on national issues. I will also focus on the need for us to build on those, because the work of Ngada Síochána in Ireland and the collaborative way they work is not always reflected elsewhere. And what I will talk about is the need for us to fight what I call a perimeter mindset. If we keep our turf safe, the rest of the world doesn't matter. Well, quite frankly, that's nonsense, because what we are talking about here is a global threat. So 25 years after Palermo, we know, and we heard this morning, children are still being exploited, not just because of conflict, climate change, or because the traffickers are invisible, because they remain ruthlessly flexible, technologically enabled and resilient in their criminal business models. During my 5 years, and I was pleased to work with Mark, who we heard from earlier, one case captured the reality. I'm going to use that as an example. It was the Eritrean trafficker called Kidane Abtemeriam. Kidane's evil network stretched across Ethiopia, Sudan, Libya, and the wider Sahel corridor. His organization was responsible for the torture, the ransom, and the exploitation of children and adults. And let's be clear, when we talk about exploitation, we mustn't forget that includes rape and the most awful forms of physical abuse. His teams were powered by financial flows, digital recruitment, and gaps that exist in international data sharing and accountability. So I'm going to briefly try and highlight the importance of visible international accountability, about the improved recording that is required to understand the number of children who are going missing, the coordinated disruption of criminal business models, and as we have heard, reinforcing this, because law enforcement is not good at this, trauma-informed protection that follows children from where they are recovered across the borders of where they need to get back to. We talk about multilateralism, and I will also recognise the importance of IOM, UNICEF, UNODC, Interpol and others. Together with charities and responsible private partners, they are beginning to make a real difference in the way that we share data, identify threats, and have meaningful outcomes for the future. The Kidani investigation identified both progress in the way that we can operate, but it also identified gaps. International cooperation, the UAE, Ethiopia, the Netherlands, supported by Interpol, enabled this important arrest. But 2 years on, prosecution outcomes remain incomplete, and the wider disruption of his criminal networks remain unclear. I suggest this highlights Palermo's persistent challenge. Too often we are measuring arrests, not justice for children and victims. I will argue that we need a refreshed Palermo agreement and protocol, one that is aligned to new indicators that are comparable, that can be seen by the public, prosecutors, charities, journalists, police chiefs and others, so that we can understand the journey that we are on into the future. Mark and I were proud to be part of Interpol's Libertera 2, which provided a really powerful model. It brought 116 countries together and identified over 3,220 potential victims who were safeguarded, together with 2,500 arrests. What's clear here is these are not people who are disorganized. They are not a loose group of smugglers. Kidani's group was a transnational profit center. They would require ransom payments. They would involve informal value transfer, document fraud, protection from militias, and forced labor into this model. This is why we know that arrests will never be sufficient for keeping children safe. We need to think more about dismantling the models that sit beneath them, and whether that's increased use of Interpol silver notices, whether it's better use of international sanctions, NCB forfeiture, or better leverage from FATF, there are a number of opportunities that we need to explore. The time I saw at Interpol, and we heard a little bit from the previous speakers, what we call polycriminality is alive and well and thriving. What we saw with Libertera 2 was that these traffickers, if they need to, will transfer their commodities into weapons, drugs, cash, or anything that will provide them cash. We also heard from the professor earlier on about the technology that enables these organizations. We need to be better at mapping hostile infrastructures that are going on. And I'm trying to build and not repeat what was said earlier. We need to identify and remove the fake job adverts that are encouraging people to think they are on a legitimate journey. And we need to enforce real-time asset restraint when funds hit the exchanges. We need to make sure that there are protection pathways for the children who are involved in this, so that the care pathways do not collapse every time they cross a border. What's very, very clear, with nearly 40 years of experience in law enforcement, the issues that we are dealing with here are not a policing matter alone. We also heard about the value of task force models, one where you have labour inspectors, health workers, cyber specialists, children's service workers, NGOs and law enforcement embedded together, bringing their different lenses into these areas. The data exists, the footprints are there. What we need to do is to be able to work together with those organisations and together with private organisations such as the one I work with now, Peregrine, unlock the opportunities. So, in closing, the world has changed tremendously in the last 25 years since the Palermo Protocol was introduced. As we together come here today to look at the next 25 years, the measures of success and ambitions will need to reflect the changes that we are seeing in the world. Palermo has shown us what is possible, but it also shows us how far we still have to go in modernising our approach to these issues if we are to remain relevant. The justice we owe children demands we adapt, we collaborate, and we focus like never before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. I'm very struck by your point, which is so true, about the flexibility that the criminals have and how we need to develop that flexibility in our systems. And of course, you've talked about children's voices and the protection pathways, which are very difficult to get cross-border, as you say, and a lot of work to be done in that area. Our next speaker, I'm delighted to introduce Detective Chief Superintendent Colm Noonan from the Irish Police on Garda Síochána, Ireland's National Police Service. He's the head of Ireland's National Protective Services Bureau, and has developed a very interesting way of working, model of working, has made a huge difference in terms of our approach to breaking up those trafficking gangs that I mentioned. I was very surprised to think were in Ireland now, but certainly there and in every corner of the country, and exploiting women from all over the world in Ireland. So we certainly need a very dedicated workforce dealing with this in Ireland, as we do in every European country. Colm.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak about what law enforcement sees in Ireland and further afield. Just a couple of opening points, if I may, and just to explain. So on Garda Síochána is, I'll refer to it throughout in my speech, it's the National Police Service in Ireland. And critically for us, we are the only law enforcement agency in the country. And the second critical point is that we don't have a prosecutor investigation role. So all our criminal investigations are undertaken, commenced, led and brought to a conclusion by the police. So it is a critical difference in how human trafficking is investigated, and I'll speak in a little bit more detail around that. From a police perspective, there are three core messages. Victims and survivors have to be at the core of all human trafficking investigations. And just to put in our mind what a victim and what a survivor is, as a victim of sexual exploitation explained to me, she was raped 10 times a day, every day for 2 years. She's a victim and a survivor of sexual exploitation. So it's not this notional concept of somebody out there. It's a person who is going through 10 rapes a day, every day. From the organised crime groups, and Stephen has already referred to it, we have organised crime groups who are poly-criminal, transnational. They will get involved in every type of crime that makes money. And their only motivation is money and the greed to get more money. And then the final point is the purchasers. And sad to say, that's us. That's the people in this room. It's me, it's my family, it's my friends, it's the people I work with. It's our organisations, it's our society, it's our businesses. Because we feed sexual exploitation, we feed labour exploitation, we feed criminal exploitation. Us in this room. And we need to recognise that. It's not a notional group of people, it's not those others, it's us. And we have a social and a personal and an ethical responsibility to face up to that fact. And sad to say, to the men in this room, we are the purchasers of sex. And we are the exploiters of women who are being destroyed day in, day out by us men. So we have to face up to that. These are our brothers, these are our fathers, these are our sons. So we have to accept that. So that's the soft opening. So just a couple of points. So I'll speak really at the start about victims and survivors, because on Garda Síochána have taken a step, we feel, in a very positive direction around how we deal and relate and communicate with survivors of human trafficking. If somebody is identified as a victim of human trafficking, then they have certain entitlements in Ireland under what's called the National Referral Mechanism. And that's things like accommodation, medical care, legal advice, security advice, and critically, residency and rights to remain in the state. So we have made a very conscious decision at police level not to investigate immigration breaches when we are dealing with victims of human trafficking. So we don't pursue them as illegal immigrants or as aliens or all those other phrases. They are first and foremost a victim of human trafficking that we have assessed as such. They get supported, they get spoken to, and they get an opportunity to rebuild their lives. If they want to stay in Ireland, they can stay in Ireland. If they want to return home, they can return home. But they are not considered illegal immigrants, and we don't go near that law from my side of the house. And that changes the dynamic, because it creates a space and an environment where victims and survivors are willing to speak to us, and they're willing to work with us, and they're willing to report offences. And I'll speak about how we deal with those offences in a bit, but they're willing to speak to us without fear of prosecution. So we work very closely with our NGOs and our support groups in Ireland to try and create that environment of trust and create opportunities where we can build that trust. And that includes when my teams go out to do welfare checks on brothels, welfare checks on where people are being exploited, we bring our NGOs with us at the very same time in the same cars, and they work side by side with us. And that's not just unique to Ireland. I know because I have colleagues who work in this space in the States and in Canada and in Europe who have similar operations in place. It's important again to remember victims that we see in Ireland are vulnerable. There's depression, there's mental health issues, there's isolation, there are runaway homeless kids, victims of domestic violence, victims of sexual abuse, victims of war and conflict, victims of economic deprivation. They're unfortunately what has brought them to becoming victims of sexual exploitation. It's not their choice. So Ireland is a destination country. We don't see victims of human trafficking being Irish residents. It is invariably people come to Ireland from other countries, and they're brought to us because and through organised crime groups. Human trafficking is a business. It's a very, very lucrative business. It is hugely, hugely profitable. We see in Ireland those profits in the millions of euros per annum, and that continues and continues. At the moment, we're seeing a huge influx of Latin American organised crime groups setting up operations, commencing in South America and Central America, and bringing themselves and victims to Ireland, primarily for the purpose of sexual exploitation, but also labour exploitation. It's a high-profit, low-risk business, and it's very resilient to us in law enforcement because it can be set up, it can be relocated quite easily. It uses genuine and legitimate businesses like real estate agents, like legitimate companies to allow their businesses to work. So it can be quite difficult for law enforcement to prosecute. We see not just them bringing victims to Ireland, we see these OCGs setting up residents in Ireland, setting up a hierarchy. They have a leadership structure, and they have processes and structures in place to move their money very quickly out of Ireland and out to other countries. But at the core of it, again, as we started, it creates such misery, such hardship, and it takes dignity and liberty away from those victims. For us, we have to then try, how do we prosecute? How do we investigate and how do we prosecute? And because, as our previous speaker said, the most traumatic victims I've ever seen in any law enforcement setting are victims of human trafficking. And in an effort to try and prevent them being further traumatized, being further abused in the criminal justice process, we look at alternatives. So we look at how can we actually follow the money? How can we chase the resources of these gangs? So we use legislation, financial legislation, money laundering legislation, where we know the victim testimony is not required. So that trail of money always exists. It is, and we just launched recently in Ireland, just the week before last, with our financial partners, methods to try and trace that money better, because there is always a trail. And that's legitimate businesses that are using that trail. So I have to go quicker. I always end up running out of time, but that's okay. But critically, it shifts, that legislation, money laundering legislation, shifts the onus of responsibility onto the suspect, because we have to establish that the money is the proceeds of criminal conduct, and that the accused knew or believed that that property was the proceeds. So we don't need a victim in court, we don't need somebody to swear up in evidence, and critically, we won't allow defence counsel abuse, as our previous speaker said, and do their job and destroy that victim in court. And that's a really, really big difference, and we're having success in that area. We have challenges in that space. It requires extensive training, extensive resources. All of my investigators now have fraud and economic crime qualifications and training to allow them to identify that pattern. I will be killed by the chair. Internationally, we're in the middle of, as you can imagine, a lot of operations and coordinated responses with our friends in Interpol, with our friends in Europol, and further afield. We have to really build on that. We have to build on the skills, the resources that are out there. Single law enforcement is not simply possible. In-country cooperation is really important. We are looking further afield internationally, but there is an onus on society, on our NGO partners, and on our business communities to work together. Last 2 points are that the financial investigations are critical. Really, really critical, because OCGs are after more and more money, and they will leave a trail and they will leave opportunities for law enforcement to get in there. And just to thank, as I say, the work that has been done and the work that we'll do in the future, but just to remember, as I said, the opening key points. Victims have to be at the core. Organised crime groups are only after money. That's the only thing they're interested in. And we have a social responsibility, a personal responsibility to not make that work. Thank you very much.
Of course, it's not I who will kill him, it's Ian. Let me see if there's any quick questions. Gentleman up here, if you'd like to go ahead there. Let's start here. If you'd like to go ahead in the front row here.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Oh, thank you very much. I just wanted to touch upon the financial investigation and asset recovery. In my latest report to the General Assembly this year, I talked about the role of financial sector in preventing these things, but there is a difficulty on the part of banks and investors to trace suspicious activities and so on. So I was just wondering if you have any good practice among different countries in working with this financial sector to be able to trace these more effectively. And also, evolving nature of money laundering means they're using cryptocurrencies and other technologies. And what strategies regarding Shikona or any other that UK and other countries are doing in that kind of regard? If you could answer that, that would be great.
Let me just take the next question. Gentleman up here, and then we'll finish up.
Nobody is spending the money to do it. The United States spends maybe $1 billion, and that's the most in the world. And the reality, to create the political pressure to allocate the resources and then share these wonderful best practices, particularly the money laundering, the financial transactions, can get at prevention instead of after the fact.
Thank you. Clearly a role for financial services more and more in the future, I believe. And I was recently at a conference on that. I think there's a lot of change coming there, and with the new, stronger money laundering legislation in Europe as well, with each country having its own national authority now. But Stephen, you might begin on those 2 points, and then I'll finish up with Colin.
Thank you for both. I think the reality is there are pockets of absolutely brilliant anti-money laundering processes across the world. Singapore is a fantastic example. There are pockets within the City of London in the UK. There's some brilliant work done in Ireland in relation to organised crime. The reality is, if we are looking at these issues, you mentioned cyber and cryptocurrencies, they are as traceable as anything else, but you need the skills and you need the understanding and the training. And this is where joint task forces, where you bring in people from industry, from banking, from law enforcement. If there was somebody in the back of the vehicles we know that's from the tax service, the criminals are more scared of the taxman or tax person than they are of any law enforcement. And I think it highlights the gentleman's point, is that we have been asking, we know what these problems are, we know what the scale of these issues are, and nobody is coming forward. So what we now need to be able to do is to use the asset confiscation to recycle back into international task forces that allow us to support. Because there are some countries out there that don't have the skills to investigate crypto, don't have the skills for the officers, so they need to be supported. And I think Interpol, UNODC, UNHCR are well placed to bring these together, to use the assets that are seized from these criminals, from the crypto wallets, etc., to start self-funding some of these capabilities and to support those countries that are really struggling.
Thank you. Colin.
Yeah, so just in respect of the asset identification, we have a bureau called the Criminal Assets Bureau, and importantly, they will chase the assets, but it's on the civil burden of proof, which is critical because it's a lot easier to prosecute, it's a lot easier to get over the line. And the international cooperation bit, the most recent Brazilian investigation that we have, we actually went to Brazil and we, in collaboration with the federal police there and Ameripol and Europol, seized assets in Brazil that had been generated from criminal income from sexual exploitation in Ireland. So that does work. Police are really, really good at international cooperation. Give us the legislation and give us the opportunities to do it, and we will do it. The spending of the money, if you give me that 1 billion, I'll spend it, no problem. Yeah, give it to us, give it to law enforcement, we'll spend it.
On that cheery note, thank you both very much, and I'd ask you to show your appreciation to our two speakers. Well done, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel. That was really interesting, maybe because I come from law enforcement, but it's very interesting. I know this is a long session, but we are going to go straight into the next panel, and we aim to have a tea break at 3 p.m. So we'll go straight into the next panel. If I could have them come to the stage, please. Thank you. So I'd just like to remind the panel, it's a large panel again, so we've just had a couple of smaller panels. I'm going to just ask everybody to try and just stay to their 5 minutes, because it is a large panel and tea break is beckoning. And also, if anybody's got questions, let's keep them sharp and to the point, please, so that we can get to the crux of the matter quickly. Thank you. So I'd just like to welcome the new panel, and I'd like to welcome the chair, Father Leonel Chiarello. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, participants, and panelists. It's an honor for me to come back after 28 years in this university, where we studied theology in the past. And I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to moderate this panel. And this conference, after examining the structures, the processes to protect victims of human trafficking, to prevent this crime and prosecute the perpetrators, in this panel, our reflection will focus on persons. And all of us here, we are focused on persons, all of us, as civil actors. We are focused as civil actors on persons, on how to protect them, how to prevent this crime, how to prosecute perpetrators. And if we don't work together as a civil society, government, international organizations, civil society organizations, the uncivil society will continue to do business with this crime. Their focus is, as the Deputy Attorney General said, their focus is money, and our focus is persons. This is the big difference. So, Pope Francis denounced the globalization of indifference of migrants and these people, the indifference of humanity with this crime. Pope Leo recently mentioned the temptation of power, the globalization of powerlessness. And when we see the statement in the introduction of this conference, 25 years later of the adoption of Palermo Protocol, human trafficking remains widespread and even is growing. It looks like the powerlessness. What are we doing here? So it's these kind of conferences are determinant to come together as civil society, to work together. And our panelists here will help us to examine how can be done to build partnership and collaboration to prevent human trafficking, protect victims, and prosecute perpetrators. So congratulations for the organizers, and I think this conference will help us to strengthen our collaboration, the 5 Ps, the prevention, protection, prosecution, partnership, and planning together. So we will start with the first panelist, Tatiana, is an expert in violence. Without much introductions, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I would like to start with speaking about victims and survivors of trafficking, and the fact that a lot of times they're engaged, but not ethically so. So in my former position at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, I launched the International Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council. And it was not composed of victims and survivors, it was composed of survivor leaders. And there's a very big difference on how we engage with survivors and survivor leaders to ensure that they have a seat at the table just like us, and they could support and work in coordination with us to find proper and impactful solutions. Because the solutions we have today are not enough. We know that less than 1% of victims around the world are being identified. We understand that there are significant issues, not just in law, but in practice. And this is where we need to begin to understand what victims and survivors of trafficking really face. And what this actually is, what trafficking is. It is not a social issue. It is not substance addiction, homelessness, or poverty. Survivors and victims of trafficking are trafficked by organized criminal networks. They're trafficked by terrorist groups, and their trafficking poses not, once again, a social issue, but an issue of national and international security. Now, another issue that they all actually want you to think about is the language we use when we refer to sexual violence and sexual exploitation. It is not sex work. There are no child sex workers. Okay, there are no adult sex workers. The issue here is important because otherwise we normalize sexual exploitation. There have been many mentions of pornography. If we begin to understand what pornography is, it is mostly produced through victims of trafficking, and even after victims of trafficking are removed from their trafficking situations, trafficking networks continue to profit from their sexual exploitation. And I've learned this from a survivor of trafficking who's a dear friend of mine who said, Tatiana, help me remove this. And I thought it was possible until I was told that there's no legislation to actually help you remove it. You just need to go to the websites and ask them for it. Then we have heard a lot about demand, but pornography is directly linked to demand. It normalizes sexual violence, and it also grooms children, mostly girls, but also boys, to become victims of trafficking. And it normalizes sexual abuse and sexual exploitation of girls, boys, women, and men by others. If we are to truly address demand, we need to address pornography, and we need to actually in practice implement the equality model or the Nordic model that we've heard a lot about here. And that needs to be combined with proper exit strategies, because without those, we are also creating a lot of vulnerability for further abuse. I want to talk to you about the fact that it is about profit. A lot of it is about profit, but it's also about undermining democratic values and rule of law in our societies. You know, I've been working on the issue of human trafficking for over 20 years, but I've learned about another form of trafficking. Women are now being trafficked even for their breast milk. The levels and types of exploitation are growing, and the solutions on the ground are few. We are here to also look at what the real solutions are, and the fact is, and I will tell you, in the many conversations and work that I've done over the past 2 decades with victims and survivors of trafficking, especially children, the first thing they say, they lose their faith in God. The thing that gives them resilience, hope, and real survival, and then potentially the ability to thrive is getting back to their faith, getting support. And a lot of the support now, also with cutting of funding, as we have heard, comes from faith-based organizations all around the globe that serve the most marginalized and remote communities. So with that, I would like to call on all of you to use the right language to describe what is happening, to understand the issue for what it is, and to all work in cooperation together to solve it, not just in theory, not just in conferences and conversations, but in real practical terms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Now we have the participation of Geneviève from the Human Trafficking Department, Secours Catholique de France.
Today is International Human Rights Day. As a member of the French National Independent Commission of Human Rights, I am happy to be with you to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol. Thank you very much. It's important to use the different international day to promote the right of the people who are victims of trafficking in human beings. This day, 5 NGOs from different countries received the French Award for Human Rights, and it's important because the thematic of the award this year is exploitation and trafficking of children. It's a good occasion to say the importance to fight against trafficking in human beings and to have a right-based approach. Now I will present in 5 short points the action process of the collective Together Against Trafficking in Human Beings, which is a consortium of 28 NGOs on national and international in France, coordinated by Secours Catholique, Caritas France. First point, next slide. Identification criteria must be known. This requires that the criteria for identifying victims be widely known to all professionals and volunteers who come into contact with potential victims of trafficking. A 30-minute online training module entitled Recognizing, Referring, and Supporting Victims of Human Trafficking enables those who encounter vulnerable population to recognize victims so that they can better identify and support them. The module is aimed at volunteers and staff in association, as well as institutional partners such as social workers, educators, police, and justice officers. It is accessible on website and platforms such as, I don't know if you know, Disaster Ready for humanitarian workers. Second point, drawing on the words and life experience of survivors. The e-learning was developed in connection with the Talking Portraits workshops, which brought together 8 victims of survivors of trafficking in human beings. Their creations, some of which illustrate this document, are gathered in a booklet reproducing the artworks and in a podcast in which participants explain the project in their own words. One survivor said, "My only message to those who have been victims like me is to never lose hope of obtaining justice for us and to fight, to be strong and courageous, especially in truth." Third point, supporting and guiding victims of trafficking and training volunteers and professionals for this purpose. It's necessary to have a global approach, social support, housing, education, health, sport, leisure activities, training, employment, access to the police, access to the justice, access to compensation. All of this requires cooperation between institutional actors and civil society. A dedicated website, www.contrelatraite.org, provides articles, infographics, and analyses, as well as a monthly newsletter. We offer in-person training for our network and institutions. Alongside survivors of human trafficking, we participate in training sessions organized by other institutions for professionals and volunteers involved in prevention and fighting human trafficking, and for clients that benefit from sexual exploitation or exploitation at work. 4 point, conducting advocacy activities is one of the important missions of our network. Currently in France, Europe, and worldwide, our advocacy against human trafficking focuses in particular in developing a national reference mechanism for identifying and support victims, which does not yet exist in France, guiding the transposition of the European Union directive in each European country in favor of victims with a right-based approach, making the presumption of minority a reality in order to enable children to benefit from appropriate support, particularly in the case of unaccompanied minors, and avoiding that victims of trafficking, regardless of the form of exploitation, may be punished. The last, but not the last point, working in local, national, and international network. Networking enables greater efficiency through the exchange of experience and best practice. The complementary nature of the various actors involved allows for comprehensive support for individuals, enabling them to regain their freedom and independence with dignity and to access their rights. We work in a collective in France with NGO in France, Contre la Traite. We work on the civil society platform against human trafficking from European Union. We work with Coatnet, a Christian organization against trafficking in human beings, with Caritas, who is in the world, and we are very happy also, when it's possible, to continue to work with Talita Koum, Renate, Santa Marta Group, and the other network. Building alliance with various consortia in order to be present at the national, European, and international institution is very important. Okay, you can see this document when you will be out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Tatiana and Genevieve, they raised the question, the importance of language, the importance of addressing the problems related to human trafficking, including pornography, exploitation, and the participation of democratic societies, and different initiatives in France of engaging different actors committed to advocacy, networking, and protection programs. So the next speaker is Sister Patricia from the house, founder of the Bakita House in Lagos, Nigeria. Please, Sister Patricia.
Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, good afternoon, all. Now, one of the areas we were asked to look at is to understand why human trafficking is viewed differently, and why it's viewed differently from other forms of other crimes. Now, one of the things that stands out for me is the judgmental attitude of the society, the judgmental attitude of people around us. I live in a shelter in Lagos, in Nigeria, and I work with victims of human trafficking. We don't call them victims, we don't call them survivors, we call them treasures, because we want them to realize that they are treasured, and they are treasured by us and treasured by God. Now, the judgmental attitude I'm talking of, usually people around us, people in government and all that, they will say, sister, leave them. Leave them, they know what they are doing. They have chosen that. That's what they have chosen, and it gets me mad. I said, how can somebody choose to destroy themselves? There is no choice there. How can you choose between the devil and the deep sea? Is there any choice? Some of them, the society has made them go the way they have gone. Many of them don't have homes, normal homes like you and I. And these are situations that have brought them to where they are. And then you are talking of they have made a choice. There is no choice there. That judgmental attitude of the society is one of the things that has made it difficult for people even to help to address the situation. And then one of the things we were asked to look at too is that what needs to be put in place. We need to promote the dignity of these treasures. So when I say treasures, you know that I mean victims of human trafficking or survivors. Their dignity needs to be promoted. Even the dignity of everybody. And this takes me to what Pope Francis said. And I remember when we had a meeting, Talitha Kum meeting, Pope Francis told us to go out there and condemn the commodifying of human beings. And at in another meeting, in his address in 2014, on Stop Objectification and Exploitation, and I quote, this is what the late Pope Francis said, "The human person ought never to be sold or bought as if he or she were a commodity." And the present Pope Leo XIV also said, and I quote him, "The dignity of every human person must be respected today, not tomorrow. And the extreme poverty of all those to whom this dignity is denied should constantly weigh upon our consciences." And when he says weighing on our consciences, I feel very guilty that we have not been fair to our young people. Now, when I say our, I speak in particular Nigeria, where I come from, and Africa, my continent. Our young people are not given any chance. They often say that they are the leaders of tomorrow. You don't even give them opportunity today. So how can they be leaders of tomorrow? So that dignity, we have to promote their dignity and treat them as persons, people with rights and not instruments of justice, using them to enforce the law. And then one of my recommendations is that we address root causes. If we know the root causes, like poverty, some homes, no education. Empowerment is an area we also need to look into. And this is why, since this conference is a call to action, I want to make a very, very strong appeal. And my appeal is that we help these treasures where they are, in shelters, and we help to educate their children. I've been proposing an education fund for the children of the traffickers, the children of the treasures, the victims of human trafficking, so that their children do not go the way their mothers went, so that what happened to their mothers don't happen to them. So please, part of the action I'm requesting to see from this conference is assistance to help those of us who are running shelters anywhere it is needed, to establish education fund for the children of the treasures. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the passionate intervention. Thank you, Sister Patricia. Now we have Maria Mercedes Rossi, representative of Comunità Papa Giovanni XXIII.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizer for this invitation. Human trafficking worldwide continues to be a complex and multifaceted global phenomenon with victims of all ages, gender, social, and migration backgrounds, who may have multiple vulnerabilities and be trafficked for one or more reasons, purposes. Criminal networks are highly flexible, fast, and adaptable, and they take advantage of geopolitical, economic, environmental, and social crises to increase their illicit profits. They put in place new illegal and cruel ways of exploitation. Since the early 90s, following the example of our founder, Father Oreste Benzi, who started to go on the streets to meet women enslaved into prostitution, our association has been committed to supporting women, men, transgender, and minor victims of trafficking. We run several projects, not only throughout Italy, in all the territory, but also abroad, in Nigeria, Kenya, Albania, and Chile. We also collaborated with organizations and institutions for assessment of cases and protection of victims in Chad, Nigeria, Bahrain, Germany, Sweden, France, Albania, and Greece. And we continue our partnership with several networks, especially with the Talita Kum International. According to the identified needs of our women that we meet, APG 23 offers a center person support through services addressed in long-term integration programs through an intersectional perspective and a culturally sensitive approach, being committed on various fronts: prevention, through information campaigns and meetings in schools, meeting the potential victims of trafficking with outreach units in the streets, with indoor, because the phenomenon of indoor is increasing nowadays, in place of labor exploitation and begging, welcoming people who wish to escape, activating personalized care with legal, psychological, and health care assistance, help with the procedure for issuing residence permits and other documentation, learning Italian language, professional training, and introduction of independent work and housing. Try to remove the causes of all forms of exploitations and build national, European, and international networks. In Geneva, the United Nations, we advocate on human trafficking and support the 4 mandates on sale of children, human trafficking, contemporary forms of slavery, and violence against women. Meeting people fleeing the political violence that has erupted in Venezuela and Colombia has taught us how traffickers seek their prey among the most vulnerable populations, the homeless, those without a future, the persecuted, and therefore trapped in domestic servitude or forced labor. Across the European Union, we have faced the phenomenon of migrant women, especially mothers from Eastern Europe, and minority groups, example the Roma. that face a compound set of barriers to socioeconomic inclusion. Mothers in online trafficked exploitation are often trapped by their own partners and with the lover boy technique. The new challenge of 2024 has been the transgender people from Brazilian, Colombian, and Peru. They are constantly on the move across Italy, living for short periods in different cities. Their ties and relationship involve other people of their country linked to the network of exploitation and often to ethnic communities from which they come. In Italy, we are increasingly faced with the diverse range of situations, ranging from undocumented work to black market work to the most serious forms of labor exploitation and slavery. We have done also several projects and publications. I'm not mentioning all, but anyway, the Right Way project on the Nigeria women, the European Amelie project, the European project networks with different partners, and the ALMA project, which is a network of ethnic and religious community to prevent the social exploitation of migrant women, with the Italian Department of Equal Opportunities. Our recommendation, just to conclude, economic aid, housing, and work support are not sufficient to guarantee a full recovery, integration, and effective long-lasting results. We need to aim at strengthening the self-esteem, facilitating active inclusion in the host society, and building a social legal framework aimed at filling the legislative gap to avoid the risk of re-trafficking and creating real opportunities in building a new inclusive perspective of life. It is paramount to strongly fight the demand. For this reason, we support the equality model, the so-called Nordic model, with the punishing of the clients. As Pope Francis reminds us, trafficking persons and other contemporary forms of slavery are a worldwide problem that needs to be taken seriously by humanity as a whole. Since criminal organizations employ global networks to achieve their goals, efforts to eliminate this phenomenon also demand a common and indeed a global effort on the part of various sectors of society. In conclusion, only through long-term strategy and mechanism it is possible to realize effective social inclusion, and thanks to the conference that helped us to build up a stronger network.
Thank you. Now we have the intervention of the Director of International Cooperation of Maltese Aid, Raphael. Please, Dr. Raphael.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Palermo Protocol principles, in particular Article 9, Prevention, and Article 10, Information Exchange and Training, call for cooperation with non-governmental organizations, other relevant organizations, and other elements of civil society. The 2022 escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict demonstrated that it is indeed volunteers and ordinary citizens that are often first responders in mass displacement scenarios. Considering their experiences, even if anecdotal, offers important insights into how we can strengthen trust in communities and support prevention and practice. Preventing trafficking begins with people. Supporting and protecting vulnerable individuals through safeguarding and psychological first aid must be treated as a fundamental component of social resilience, as essential as first aid or civil protection training. This responsibility cannot rest solely with law enforcement or specialized NGOs. Protection depends also on communities, on their ability to recognize vulnerability, respond appropriately, and uphold both public trust and collective security. In 2022, the number of confirmed trafficking cases remained small relative to the large scale of displacement itself, thanks to mitigating factors such as visa-free travel, the activation of temporary protection status, and the wider anti-trafficking measures taken by Ukraine and host countries. However, the number of confirmed cases did not reflect the inherent level of exposure to risk. Volunteers reported near-miss incidents showing that opportunities for exploitation were frequent, and any one of them could have become a personal tragedy. Onward travel would be a typical example. Informal, unregulated transport created conditions where traffickers could operate alongside legitimate helpers, placing volunteers, often untrained in exploitation risks, as the first line of protection. Many volunteers, both spontaneous or regular, some of them experienced first responders, arrived expecting to provide basic assistance, what we could call the corporal works of mercy: food, shelter, transport, and medical aid. In reality, they met people who were disoriented, distressed, and unable to judge the safety of offers of help. As a result, volunteers had to move beyond material assistance to provide psychological safety and risk awareness, tasks for which most had not been prepared. The Ukraine crisis response showed that safeguarding and psychological first aid are as essential to protecting people as, for example, traditional first aid training. Volunteers, who often have first contact with at-risk individuals, need direct practical training. Information campaigns alone are not enough. The objective now is to integrate anti-trafficking awareness into existing volunteer programs that have until recently focused only on caretaking or first aid, helping safeguarding and psychological first aid to become standard, expected elements of relief work, viewed not as an additional task, but as a core element of providing support. This requires a shift in mindset, a shift in perspective. Anyone offering assistance has to be trained in being vigilant, able to recognize vulnerability, and aware of environmental risks. When safeguarding principles are seen primarily not as a compliance issue, but are embedded into familiar practices, the overall protection system becomes more coherent and more effective. Legal frameworks remain essential, but genuine protection ultimately depends on communities, capable of applying those frameworks in everyday interactions and staying alert in times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. Now we have the intervention of Sandrine from the ECPAT. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for this really inspiring conference and all those really great presentations. I work for ECPAT International. We're a global network of civil society organizations present in 115 countries dedicated to combating sexual exploitation of children. So I'll focus mostly on sexual exploitation of children, which includes trafficking of girls and boys for sexual purposes. But before, I'd like to come back to what Sister says about discrimination and how we see victims and survivors. Recently, ECPAT, together with many organizations that are also part of this conference, we've worked on terminology guidelines for the protection of children from sexual exploitation and abuse. And the reason why I'm emphasizing that is because the way we talk about the issue influence narratives, influence how we think about the issue, and how we shape policies. So, for instance, you're talking about treasures, but the move from child pornography to adopting terminologies like child sexual abuse materials, shift the focus on the criminalization and the crime rather than on a subset of pornography, for example. So I would really recommend and engage all of you to look into those terminologies and make sure that when we talk about the issue, we adopt consistent approaches that do not victimize children and persons who are victims of crimes. But maybe I'd like to come back to some of the presentations we had this morning, because the trafficking of children, particularly today in 2025, is very different from when we adopted the Palermo Protocol 25 years ago. And I think, Mr. was talking about the fact that our systems and our legislations are tech neutral. I think I would encourage all of us to really think about how our systems fit to face the realities of today's context and evolving nature of this crime. Because children live in a world that is digital. We've heard about the technology-facilitated sexual abuse. We've heard about, AI. We heard about how trafficking is increasingly transnational, happens online and offline, and is very profitable. And we really need to adopt our responses to face those realities, because traffickers are very rapidly evolving with their context. They're very agile, and they're very up to speed and very smart in innovating. So we need to be increasingly smart ourselves in innovating the disruption of this crime. And so maybe I'll talk about two aspects, particularly looking at children. One is the prevention. You've talked about, prevention and awareness-raising campaigns. I think prevention is a lot more than just individual awareness. It forces us to rethink our systems of prevention. Because very often when we talk about prevention, too often maybe we mean, let's teach children how to protect themselves, or let's tell parents about the risk of trafficking. But that is problematic on many different fronts. First of all, we cannot expect children to protect themselves and prevent a crime that is committed by adults against them. And also, we cannot outsource prevention to those who are already in vulnerable situations. So that forces us to rethink our systems and to build environments, online and in persons, that are coordinated and are all acting together to prevent the harms against children, and particularly that type of crime. And that means, for instance, I'll come back to particularly the engagement with the private sector. ECPAT has worked for many years in engaging with the transport and accommodation sector, for instance, to make sure that the infrastructures are not used to facilitate crimes against children. And we're currently working, for instance, with short-term rental to train their host to be prepared to identify potential risky situations, particularly in the context of the FIFA World Cup, and be able to identify risk and report those to the authorities so that we can disrupt crimes. I think that there was a lot of discussions also about the digital environment, and I would really encourage all of us to think about how can we continue to put pressure on the private sector actors, the tech actors, so that they develop systems and services that are safe by design, and that safety and protection of children doesn't come as an afterthought. And maybe focusing as well on the financial institutions. You've mentioned it, following the money. How can we better work with financial institutions to detect, disrupt, and report suspicious transactions? And for instance, ECPAT has worked with different countries, recently in Peru, to identify what type of suspicious transaction should be flagged and reported to authority to disrupt crimes. Because sexual exploitation doesn't necessarily work exactly in the same way as money laundering. Oops. Maybe I'll come 1 second about trust. We've been discussing trust this morning, and how children, we encourage children to trust our systems and to disclose and report cases. But our systems are not developed for children and by children. They are made by adults without consultations with children, without understanding what they live. And we expect children to trust systems that have failed them systematically for decades. And therefore, I would really want to encourage them when we build systems, we develop them with children and for children, not based on adult standards of credibility and navigating systems that are already very complex for adults, but are completely failing children. And I guess my last point would be, when we review our frameworks and we anticipate the new challenges that we're facing today, I hope that in the future we can measure progress not only in how many victims our systems have been able to identify and protect, but how well our systems are keeping children safe and preventing harm from happening. Thank you very much.
Yeah, considering the time constraint, I will try to conclude with one phrase, one statement. When we focus our attention on persons, we realize that the initiatives, different initiatives and very concrete initiatives on prevention, protection, and prosecution, these initiatives require partnership. And civil society organizations and faith-based organizations are first responders of this. We cannot define policies, public policies, without the participation of civil society, and especially who are working directly with them. We have today many forms of artificial intelligence to design policies, but the human intelligence of people, the people, they have the human intelligence that we need to continue to build more democratic and sustainable societies. So thank you for all your speakers, for the overall organizer of the moderator, the overall moderator. I don't know if you have time for questions or is already time for break. Two questions, okay. So first is Archbishop Sorondo, the first question, and the second.
About the so-called Nordic model, and also you propose that another model. So I have some interest. What is the reason that you propose as one of the best models? Because I think the same. So, please.
You have the floor.
Very brief.
Yes.
Thanks very much. You know, the quality model is focusing on punishing the clients with, and is being adopted in France, Ireland, several countries in the North Europe and so on. And our founder was used to say, in order to decrease the phenomenon, at least, of human trafficking, you have to abate the demand. Here in Italy, there were at that time 2 million people, clients of prostitutes, you know, of victims of human trafficking, enslaved into prostitution. So first we have to condemn the fact that it's a slavery, the human trafficking. Secondly, we have to address the demand in order to decrease the phenomenon. It will not disappear, but it will be a very great way of doing it. And making the penalties for the clients, discouraging them to go for this behavior is very important. Another issue, maybe we didn't say enough, it is important, speaking of person, also to address men. Educate, focusing on punishing the clients with, and is being adopted in France, Ireland, several countries in the North Europe and so on. And our founder was used to say, in order to decrease the phenomenon, at least, of human trafficking, you have to abate the demand. Here in Italy, there were at that time 2 million people, clients of prostitutes, you know, of victims of human trafficking, enslaved into prostitution. So first we have to condemn the fact that it's a slavery, the human trafficking. Secondly, we have to address the demand in order to decrease the phenomenon. It will not disappear, but it will be a very great way of doing it. And making the penalties for the clients, discouraging them to go for this behavior is very important. Another issue, maybe we didn't say enough, it is important, speaking of person, also to address men. educating men in this issue, and also to give tribute to those women victims of human trafficking, and we had experience in our association, for example, Nigerian women who were rescued from their life of slavery, and now they are protagonists in their country of projects against human trafficking. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Rossi. We will have another response from Tatiana, please.
Just to add with the equality model, it is a legislative model, but what it does, it changes society. And we have seen how society has changed, for example, in Sweden, where purchase of women and girls is no longer something that is pursued by men. It's something of a stigma and shame on men to do so. So that drops the demand level in practice over time. It is not the golden ticket, but this is the pathway.
I'm a British ambassador. We've done a lot of work with Anthropology. And I think you were in London when you received your award. So my colleagues wrote to me and they said, you've just made some amazing.
Thank you, conference. Could we take our seats, please? Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. So, welcome back. I hope some caffeine has got us back in the groove. It was a long session before, but I hope that break has refreshed everybody. We're on to our final panel of the day, after which the conveners of the event will address the conference to close the conference out after this panel. So that's where we are today. We're keeping reasonably good time. So we're in the hands of the chair, Kevin Hyland, and it's up to him how long he takes. And welcome to the panel, and handing over to the chair, Kevin Hyland, OBE. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. And this is the last panel, but an important panel. And we have different sectors here. We have business, we have civil society, we have faith group. So a very important panel. But the piece we're going to be looking at this panel, as you see, is called content. But the content is about what do we want it to look like. And obviously, we've spoken a lot today, quite rightly, about the victim-centered approach and some of the work that I've done, whether as a police officer or later on as the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, about setting up care homes and protection measures for victims and survivors. But ultimately, how are we going to stop this crime? How are we going to make this a crime that doesn't happen anymore? What are the prevention methods? And I think that some of those issues that we have is we need to look at the last 25 years. Have we made an impact in the last 25 years? Well, we have, that we've got 180 countries with legislation. But let's look at the world in the last 25 years. Let's look at our phones. Let's look at business. Look at cars that can drive themselves. We would never even dreamt of that 25 years ago. Let's look at how we can order products from the other side of the world and track them to our own front doors. But then when we look at other things, we look at, say, things that are taken from the ground, the minerals, to make semiconductors. To make the semiconductor, it goes through 3 continents, normally originating in Africa, with children down the mines. And it goes through 25 processes before it becomes a semiconductor in many different ways, many different businesses. But then we say it's too difficult to track the mines and find the children in the mines. Despite there being 22,000 children that die in exploitative work every year. Despite there being 50 million lives that are destroyed and damaged from human trafficking. And despite there being 236 billion US dollars every year in criminal profits. So if we take just the top 5 companies in the world, they are all technology companies. And their wealth, collectively, is 17 trillion US dollars. That makes them the 3rd richest country in the world. And they cannot, apparently, prevent this. Simply put, they can. Simply put, they can. But there is an issue here that we talk about policing and law enforcement. And one of the things that we need to look at, I was a police officer for 30 years. And when I joined policing in the mid-80s, it's a very different landscape to the one now. And do we need to get to the point, the person who created the police force I was in was Sir Robert Peel. And in 1829, when he created the Metropolitan Police, the first national police force, or police force in the UK, people thought he was crazy. The local policing of little business models was what they thought was right. So have we come to the point where we need to have a look at policing? Why should local taxpayers, why should local councils have to pay for policing for this that happens online? Surely we should be taxing and making these companies pay and make them accountable for what they are allowing across their networks. So we have to decide, and this is one of the problems, whose side are we on? Are we on the side of ending trafficking, or are we on the side of trafficking? So preventing is an action that stops something from happening. And how do we do that? How do we make it so that businesses treat it very seriously, that what they do in their supply chain, if they don't do it, they face a sanction? And what we have is we hear about the business model, and then we see we're working with the business model. So we're negotiating with the people who profit from criminality. That wouldn't happen in terrorism. That wouldn't happen in money laundering. That wouldn't happen in corruption. But in human trafficking, we negotiate with the people who are making the most profit from those crimes. And those crimes, as I've said, include 22,000 children's lives being lost and 50 million people suffering. So we need to decide whose side we are on. And once we decide whose side we are on, we have to say, there's no tolerance for what you're doing. What we have to say is, what you're doing is wrong, and it is criminal, just like a terrorist. And people that I speak to in the business industry say to me, if we had money come through our services that was attached to terrorism in any way, shape or form, we would have to root it out and report it. But if we had millions and millions come through that we knew was from forced labour or trafficking, we can just wave it on, even though, in reality, that is proceeds of crime. And that's because we're not always talking about it as a crime. Of course we have to look after victims. Of course we have to respect victims and make sure that they are given the best support. But as we heard earlier, if we start looking for this 236 billion, this doesn't have to cost any more money because we can use that money to start to fight this issue. So with that, I want to turn to the panel. But I just want to say one last thing on this, is that this really, really sounds like it's difficult. And when you say, you know, how are we going to end this in supply chains? Well, 25 years ago, if we said a plane could fly direct from London to Sydney, it was impossible. If we had said a car can drive itself, it was impossible. But Nelson Mandela, he said, everything seems impossible until it's done. So this panel is about trying to work out ways how we can make sure this is done, and certainly not waiting for the next 25 years till another event like this where we say, could have done better. So I want to hand over to the first speaker, which is Mr. Favaloro, the president of the Christian Brothers Investment Services.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I believe I'll be the unicorn in this day because I'm probably looking at the profile of the other speakers, the only representative from the financial services that has been mentioned at least a couple of times during the previous sessions. So I feel quite a big responsibility not to justify the financial services, but to offer a perspective which may help in a follow-up upon this conversation. So I believe we heard a lot talking about human trafficking as a big humanitarian tragedy, but probably we didn't have time today to spend too much time or enough time talking about how big it is of a systemic failure of the financial markets. We talked about anti-money laundering. We talked about black or dark economy generating, so human trafficking generating a dark economy generating flows of money which have to be detected and prevented. But I think my role today will be more to talk about how the financial markets can help proactively in helping reduction of certain market practices, more than prosecuting the bad practices, which is not the role of a financial market representative to prosecute, but it's more to influence good behaviors. I represent in particular the investment side of the financial markets, which is a subset of a very large and diversified industry. Investments didn't have the right intellectual stimulus to think about acting good in the past decades. For those of you in the room who are passionate about investments and financial markets, in the last 15 to 20 years, there has been a lot of talking about sustainability, ESG, and all this, interesting acronym and terminology. But when you really look into that, there was one factor that was missing in the ESG, which stands for environmental, social, and governance, which is the C, that is for Catholic. So the value-based behavior in an investment practice was essentially missing, or is still missing in this ESG, in the mainstream approach the industry has on investments. So what happened in the past 3 or 4 years, roughly speaking, is that the OLC, through the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, has been promoting a document which is called Mensuram Bonum, And I strongly invite all of you to go and Google it. It's available. It's a 40-page document that has been drafted and published now for the past 2 years, which is about how a good Christian can make good through the power of finance and investments. And it's a very precise call for action on do's and don'ts. The firm I'd been working for a few years took the Mensuram Bonum framework as the way to go. I'm now spending more and more time trying to influence the industry as a whole, looking at that document as a kind of a reference document to think about investments. So what does this mean for an investment practice? We have means to influence and to proactively intervene in the economy and the financial markets. The Mensuram Bonum helps highlighting how those means can be put in place. It's about essentially 3 key words, the 3 E's. It's about engagement, enhancement, and exclusion. With this simple, equation, you can do a big change. And the human trafficking is one of the most relevant areas of bad doing that can be influenced if you use this simple recipe, in a way, through your investments. It's about excluding those companies which are not respecting a compliant framework as far as human values are concerned. You just exclude them. You don't invest them. You don't lend money to them. You just let them alone. Enhancement, it's about proactively investing and supporting economic initiatives on areas and regions in the world where this plague is real. So you can proactively go and help local communities through the means and tools that the financial practice allow you to do. And engagement, which I probably think is the most powerful of the 3, because that is really an active action that the financial markets are taking, is about influencing, pushing, steering, challenging boards, CEOs, executive committees of listed companies that need to realize that the market is in a position to detect certain bad practices. Now, about the human trafficking, there are industries which are directly and very visibly subject to this possible tragedy. Agriculture, fishing, shipping, logistics, mining. And surprisingly enough, and there were news in the past few months about this, and I will not name any of these companies, even luxury apparel. Luxury firms have been caught in exploiting child labor and exploiting trafficking. So as an institutional investor, our role should be not just influence, which is kind of part of the soft touch, but in a harder way, call them out on these bad practices so that the market can realize that there is a difference between the good and the bad doing. I've been given 1 minute, but I will give this 1 minute back to the panel because I'm also interested to get questions later on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, very clear about the responsibility of finance, and we look forward to some questions on that. So I'd like now to hand over to Mr. Manes, who's the Deputy Coordinator of the OSCE in Geneva.
Actually in Wien, but yeah, it's not too far away. No, it's a challenge to come at the end of the workshop, but it's also an opportunity because in OSCE we see trafficking on its comprehensiveness, namely it's a human rights issue, definitively, but it's also, we saw an economic one and a security one, because it's fueled by crisis and by crime, as we said before. Therefore, our main approach is to encourage states to develop a comprehensive national action plan. You ask about prevention. I do not entirely believe that, you have big silos, prevention on the left, prosecution in the middle, and protection on the right. If you have a solid prosecution system, that contributes to prevention. If you have a solid protection system, that contributes to prevention by avoiding that people fall back into trafficking. That's why we really advocate for a comprehensive national action plan, which will be coordinated and basically include all the thematics area. We heard about sexual exploitation, we heard about labor exploitation. There are other forms of exploitation and trafficking, criminal, begging, organ removal. We heard even about lactating woman exploitation. So therefore, for us, national plan shall be integrated on all those issues, also looking, of course, at vulnerabilities, on gender, minorities, disability, children, especially children in institution, and also looking at the strategies being used by traffickers. We heard about technology. Definitively, financial investigation is a tool we use because traffickers use that. But I have to say that for once, that's one area where the law has some capacity on tracking and recovering. We must be careful in considering all forms. Often, especially in OSCE region, our plans are designed for the case where everything works well. And we know that actually, a crisis come and disturb our nice architecture. So in OSCE, we advocate, of course, for the 4 Ps, so prevention, prosecution, protection, partnerships. But we also aim, of course, at being victim-centered and survivor-oriented. It's not me from this table who will design this national action plan, because I have no idea of the challenges that victims face. I have to say one point we did not really highlight during this discussion is really the fact that we don't know anything. Lack of data is really one of our priority to deal with. We have a lot of conjectural evidence, we have a lot of survivor stories, we have a lot of case study. Is it enough to enable us to set up comprehensive protection, prosecution, and prevention strategies? No, it's always responses to individual cases. So we really want to advocate for targeted identification and protection measure, including non-punishment, sensitive to the victim as age and gender. Prevention, but as we said before, prevention can start with economics and political stability, then of course looking at vulnerable minorities. We really advocate and support national referral mechanism, which were mentioned by a colleague, and that goes from the entire line of support, from prevention to reintegration. We heard about shelter, we heard about social benefits, because without that, the victim can see his prosecutor, his perpetrator in jail, but is left alone in the street, so has the risk of coming back. That's why this comprehensive approach shall be considered. It's not only the task of police, it's not only the task of judge, and thanks for bringing up the mandate and responsibility of private sector, but also, of course, civil society organization, which can and shall work with the state, especially on the last mile. I think they are more efficient than civil servants in reaching the most vulnerable. All that is very nice. We can make very nice plans. I've seen many. If there are no resources for that, they will remain planned. So it's really important when we advocate with states that they commit to some significant budget, therefore it can be operationalized. It shall be operationalized with measuring outcomes because maybe we don't do the right things or we don't do the things right, and that's why there must be very clear monitoring system. All that, as we said, one of the frustrations is that perpetrators are always in advance on us, so those plans shall also include research. So just to summarize, I think in OSCE, we want to take into consideration everything that was said today to ensure that at national level, those comprehensive plans take place. And again, those national plans can be perfect, But if there is no transnational cooperation, it doesn't work. And that's why, again, with our 57 states, we really set up regional mechanisms to ensure that, again, it's not only an issue of prevention or prosecution or protection, but it looks at a comprehensive journey of victims. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, and it emphasised the need for national action plans, the absence of data, and a whole approach from all sectors, which is very beneficial, I think. So I now want to hand over to Sister Abby Avellino from Talitha Cum. She heads up the work of thousands of religious sisters around the world who are working to combat human trafficking. Abby, over to you.
Thank you, Kevin, and I really thank for this opportunity to be part of this panel, because this is engaging. Since this morning, we are here, all of us are here, are expert, but looking at this space, working at the grassroots, I'm representing more than 6,000 sisters initiative that really led the anti-trafficking movement initiative by Catholic sisters. Again, I want you to see my face working in frontline. You are all here as dignitaries and also the policymakers and lawmakers. We need your support. We need to work together in order to fulfill this movement against human trafficking. After 25 years of Palermo Protocol, we recognize the progress, but still we also see the painful reality. And like I said, speaking from the grassroots experience, human trafficking continues to grow. Many responses, but only after exploitation has taken place. Our challenge is very urgent. How do we prevent trafficking, protect those most at risk, and ensure real accountability? I will go back to that accountability later on, but I speak really the daily experience of Talitha Cum sisters as network of networks, as a faith-based network present in more than 100 countries. Our sisters and our partners really accompany survivors. You heard Sister Patricia, she's one of them. Accompanying survivors, we also strengthen our prevention and build partnership and advocate for justice and sustain this mission through prayer. And this is my 5P, prayer. Prevention is really the core of our work. We cannot do it alone. Prevention must come first. We need to address the root causes. I've seen many refugees, many migrants working. They really strive their best for safety when they go, but again, they were trapped. I met many people, migrants, women, young people. They were trapped by traffickers. How do we address this? This is our call to action. The gender inequality, how do we address this? Discrimination, this morning we talk about this. The unsafe migration pathways, how do we address this? I really call this forum to address this issue. The conflicts. Do people would like to move? I testify when Maria mentioned about this collaboration when we rescued a woman from South Sudan. Through this collaboration, they were reunited recently, the mother and the daughter. Through this collaboration of networking, we can do this together. Every day, sisters and partners really do prevention. Education is important for safe migration, workers' rights, and early warning signs. The latest one that we engage are young people. Young people are the most vulnerable at this point, and I really thank Mr. of course, Ambassador Christrat for this program, the Youth Ambassadors Program, that engage young people. They are the leaders to become leaders in awareness and prevention against human trafficking. We developed the Walking in Dignity application. This is a very simple thing that we can do it right now. You look at our Talita Kum application, you engage young people to have this awareness program, as well as helping our project at the grassroots. Protection, accompanying survivors with trust and dignity. That's what we can do as sisters, as members of Catholic. Protection begins with presence. Many survivors and victims turn first to the sisters, to the church leaders, and to the pastoral workers because they find trust. A foundation of healing is trust. Our accompaniment is holistic, emotional, psychological, and spiritual, and practical. I really appreciate when Laura spoke today. They are the champion. They are the champion in this fight. At the end of this conference, I would like to ask you your commitment, how to engage survivors to be leaders of a protagonist. They need support. They need to be, I don't need to speak for themselves. They have the voices. They are the protagonists at this fight. But survivors' voices guide safer communities, better policy, and stronger prevention strategy. The accountability that I'm speaking about is the economy of care, that with this Pope Francis guided us, a call for an economy of care. We ensure that people, especially at risk population, come first before the profit. And I would like to go back, let me say. Collaboration and networking, we speak about this, a partnership. We need to work together. We cannot do it alone. No actors in organization can do this to end this human trafficking. The prayer is a foundation of our mission. Prayer sustains us. It unites our work across borders and renews our hope. Again, we invite you to our campaign every year, February 8, the St. Paquita's Feast Day, in order to pray and do awareness against human trafficking. I'd like to end that this may our shared commitment to prevention, protection, and partnership, accountability, and a common economy of care move us closer to a world where no more trafficking and exploitation, and every person can live in freedom and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby, and I think the real reality that you speak about has resonated with everybody in the room, and I know and I've seen firsthand the incredible work of religious sisters around the world, which should be promoted more. I now want to hand over to Mr. Carl Racine, a partner with Hogan Lovells and the former Attorney General of Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Kevin, and thank you all very much for staying around for the most interesting and exciting panel, which is in the afternoon. You didn't even need coffee to be prepared for this. But I have to say that I think probably the oddest group on the panel is not the Christian Brothers Investment Services, but a law firm, a global law firm called Hogan Lovells. It is the honor for me to be the representative of the law firm, but I'm also joined by our law firm CEO, Miguel Zaldivar, up there in the right side of the panel. We're here because we are deep adherents to not only in my own and Miguel's personal faith, Catholicism, but also the idea of to those who have been given many responsibilities and privileges, they have greater responsibilities to help the most vulnerable people. And that's what has driven our law firm's commitment, pro bono commitment, to the work around human trafficking. One of our best law firm clients is a client that we don't receive any revenue from, and that's the Santa Marta Group. And it's the hundreds of human trafficking victims who we work with side by side, with one objective in mind, to get them the financial resources that they need to try to put their lives back together. And so thank you very much for allowing some space for the Hogan Lovells team to come in and share its observations. And let me get right to a few of those observations. I think a couple things happened today that are quite significant. Number one, this afternoon, you had the Attorney General of the United States here championing everything that we believe in. Support for victims, non-criminalization of victims, support without regard to whether someone is, quote, illegal and alien or not. Pressure on the real wrongdoers, the traffickers, and all that are around them. That is really important. Additionally, you had 6 state attorneys general here today. Shockingly, in the United States, where it can be incredibly partisan, 3 of the Democratic attorney generals were here, and they were joined by 3 Republican attorneys general. Political difference coming together all around the problem of solving human trafficking and treating victims with decency and dignity. Significant accomplishments, I dare say, and I look forward, and I know our firm looks forward to working with you and pushing the message and the solution beyond just those 6 attorneys general to the 56 attorneys general in the United States of America. A few observations that we've seen. There was a very good discussion around the tensions concerning the Constitution, if you're looking at it, the United States, and the Confrontation Clause, and also the ability of victims to get the kind of relief that they need. We think it's incredibly important to go beyond the traditional confine of criminal justice law and cross-examination, for us to identify ways to focus on other crimes, like the significant financial crimes that go hand in hand with human trafficking. By focusing on those crimes and using the forensic abilities of investigators to go after the money, we make it that much simpler and easier for our victims to not have to go through the re-traumatizing act of a brutal cross-examination. Focusing on the real crime, which, as everyone is focused on, is all about the money. That, we think, is a real big takeaway here. In that regard, I wanted to highlight something that our law firm did recently. We convened many of our financial services clients, including payment clients, around issues concerning human trafficking and how to ensure that their platforms themselves are ridded of that scourge. And what we got was not fear at all from clients, but enthusiasm. They wanted to participate and wanted to help. And so I think where we're going next, and working with you, Kevin, of course, is to bring in more businesses and indeed more law firms and let them know that there's a place for them at a table that wants to do good for everyone. That's what we look forward to helping you with in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl, and I think your words speak volumes, so I don't need to recap any of that, but thank you so much. I'd now to pass to Dr. Durante, the Director of Good Shepherd International Foundation.
Thank you very much. I'm aware I'm coming last, so I'd like to circle back somehow to where you started about supply chains that are exploitative and have child labor and trafficking at their upstream. I'll come in a moment to that. So I'm the director of an international foundation that supports the work of religious sisters, the Sisters of Our Lady of the Good Shepherd, in 34 countries. And we work through a distinctive partnership-based model. So in all the countries where our sisters operate, they focus on protection and empowerment of girls, women, and children who actually live and are affected by vulnerable situations that lead to conditions like trafficking and child labor. At the heart of their work is the recognition that genuine prevention requires addressing what we heard all day, that is the multidimensional nature of the root causes of this phenomena that violate inherently human dignity. And our experience shows that community-based mechanisms that are person-centered rather than simply responses to crises are what is really effective. We have launched a campaign throughout different countries called Children Not Workers, and this initiative includes different areas where our sisters and partners focus specifically on these root causes. In Nepal, our partners work in the anti-trafficking, at the same time, child labor. The challenge there is around the cross-border trafficking between Nepal and India. Those of you who are familiar with the geography know that it's a very long and not very easy to patrol border between the two countries, 1,800 kilometers of open border, which makes traditional surveillance very difficult, actually. So through our community-based border surveillance volunteers, together with the police, in 2024, our partners said that they could intercept 170,000 cases of trafficking. I've been there myself and seeing these groups of volunteers trying to identify potential traffickers who just walk across the border easily as we would take a walk ourselves. And thanks to the collaboration with an NGO in India, they've been able to rescue and repatriate 216 boys, girls, men, and women who were either forced to work or sexually exploited in this country. And they've been reintegrated, repatriated. In some cases, they have prosecuted the trafficking cases. So this is a comprehensive prevention model that weaves together different strands of intervention. Community volunteers provide the front line, the first line of defense. But at the same time, they've been working on awareness campaigns. They just sent me the Nepali translation of the Palermo Protocol. We were just discussing about that. And they do a lot of this awareness raising with local municipalities. They have just celebrated last year in a small municipality it's a child labor-free municipality. It was a big celebration for this community. So these are the kind of initiatives that sort of boost morale and help build community support around these initiatives. They as well work with the different levels, national and provincial level, to look at standard operating procedures for the sector, as well as in dialogue with the business operators. Tourist industry is clearly the first source of employment for the country, but unfortunately it's really prone to sexual exploitation, in what they call the adult entertainment sector. There's a lot of gaps still in that system, in particular the need for standard operating procedures that can prevent businesses to hire or employ and engage girls, particularly who do not have IDs, and so they cannot determine whether they are children or not. And of course, to avoid that what is a tourist sector becomes a sexual exploitation sector, which is a very difficult and blurred line. In DRC, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there's an estimated number of children working in the cobalt mines, actually at the upstream of the cobalt supply chain, between 5,000 and 35,000. This is another problem. We don't have really reliable statistics. These are the critical minerals, as we all know, that are driving our global technological revolution, and they touch the interest of the biggest sectors, actually, from automotive to IT to artificial intelligence. Our partners, the sisters, have started a program called Bon Pasteur Kowezi that focuses on 5 pillars: community-based child protection, as well as alternative livelihoods for the families, particularly the mothers, the women. In the past 12 years, they've been able to rescue an average of 1,000 children from working in the mines. And we've also been able to engage with a small number of international corporate partners that have shown an interest in working on remediation and prevention and not just de-risking their supply chains. And this has come also with the support of a few large investment groups that really wanted to join forces to push for these companies to be accountable for their ethical supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Durante, and to explain the realities of what those supply chains look like and what the suffering is. So I think, with permission of the moderator, we have time for a few questions. I think we all kept to time, so congratulations to the board. We scored there. But yes, if we could ask some questions, just reflecting on what this session is. It's about prevention and the plan and the content for how we improve for the future. So, Father Bailly, yes. Father Bailly, do you need a mic?
I don't think so. I agree with Carl. It is all about the money. And Andrea, I appreciate the fact that you did not name the companies, but we don't know them. And I'm thinking, I know there's a rubber plant in Liberia that's a big tire producer. If we had a clearinghouse of people who were labor trafficking and producing goods in our global market, what impact would that have if there was a clearinghouse of financial institutions or other goods that we could say, hey, these people traffic. Years ago, we had a sneaker company that they said, this is all slave labor. So they lost a lot of sales. Is there a possibility of a global clearinghouse so that the ordinary person who would like to support trafficking may not support these institutions, and is there a value to that?
Thank you for that question. Can we have another question up the back there? Linda, up the back, right up the back, Cesare.
Thank you. Andrea, it's coming to you as well in relation to Mensurum Bonum, because I think what many religious in particular don't realize is the impact we can have positively by having an idea of social investment and using Mensurum Bonum to enable us to understand more effectively, using Catholic social teaching as a bottom line, how to invest money that will have the social impact as well as a financial impact. Because I think in the past, we haven't been served well by the investment firms who've maybe said to us, well, yeah, but you don't want to put money in there, do you? Because, you stop us getting your money because you won't go into petrol or you won't go into cigarettes or whatever. Whereas I think flipping it to the positive is more important. So we are just going out to tender based on Mensurum Bonum. I'm a Sister of Mercy and I'm the bursar. I'm going out to tender based on that. And I think that's a magical way of looking at things. So rather than saying don't, to positively invest our money.
Thank you. And we'll take one more question there from Rossi Roscoe, and then we'll come to you, Martina.
Thank you for all your efforts you do. I think the unity is the only thing that we will be able to have successful stories that will be highlighted in the media to send a strong message that human trafficking will not longer exist. And the case of Carla, the survivor that just spoke, she didn't say that these people who are very famous people came against her and destroyed her house where they live, the business of the husband. He had 3 businesses. They destroyed them in Mexico. She had to fly to Spain to live now. He's now assistant of chef. Well, when he had 3 business in Mexico, and it's such an unbalance. It's really, these people are accused in Mexico of money laundering, $80 million. They were doing money laundering for cartels. And it's very difficult to fight these kind of cases. If these kind of cases are successful, all the world will know that human trafficking will not longer exist. I think it's very important that you invited a survivor, because that speaks so high about this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Rossi. Martina in the corner there then, and then we'll come to comments from the panel.
Thank you very much. Martina Liebsch, my name. I'm from the German Bishops' Conference, Working Group Against Human Trafficking. My message is a message and an encouragement. We were talking here about what can we do better. I think we seem to know a lot what we can do better, but my question is, how can we bring more research, and I think Mr. Manes said that, to the table so that we can multiply all these experiences which we are collecting here. And I think when it's systematized, then we can use it better to improve our work. So it's maybe a confirmation of what has been said and an encouragement, and thank you for this conference.
Thank you. So can I turn to the panel now? There was a question there within it which had through across 3 times, was about money and about clearinghouse was one, but generally about finances. So could we come to, say, Christina talking about clearinghouses, and then other members of the panel generally answering the questions that we were asked?
Yeah, we found ourselves invited, surprisingly, honestly, because that was not your typical place for an NGO and religious sisters, invited by large investment groups in London, in Chatham House rule panels with big corporations of the automotive and tech industry and mining sector. And the question was very clear and open. Are you applying the OECD standards regarding child labor in your supply chain? And we were there to hold them accountable, basically. And that was an interesting way of clearing houses. There weren't many grassroots NGOs, I have to say. Mostly it's international NGOs that have the capacity, the resources also to do a lot of research that sometimes we don't have, but they don't have an actual durable, long-term presence. And so they don't see really the long-term effects of actions, corrective actions that can have an immediate effect, and sometimes backlashing, because if we only focus on remediating child labor, taking children off the mines, but we don't provide alternatives and protection systems, we victimize them through human trafficking, for example. So we've been invited to engage in these conversations. It's an area where probably we need more training as well and capacity building for those at the grassroots, like religious sisters who are experimenting in these new forms of advocacy. But I have to say, this has been very powerful. Many companies have opened their ears in a way, in ways that they would have not done had we just asked them for money, for example, or support for our projects.
Thank you very much. And to give you a very quick example, a number of religious sisters in the United States bought shares in one of the major airlines in the United States. and they went to the shareholders' meetings and just protested that the shareholders had to have human trafficking prevention within the policies. And eventually the company did, and are now leading airline ambassadors in the US. So it shows you the power of shareholders, if those shareholders want a company to be slavery-free. But just on the issue of impact positivity, we heard from Sister Linda. Could you comment on that for us, Andrea?
So I'll comment that remark in two different ways. So one, I'm piggybacking on what Christina was saying about the coalitions. So the financial services around the world are extremely fragmented for a number of reasons. Economic reasons, regulatory reasons, geographical reasons, cultural reasons, you name it. So the only way to have an impact and not to be exploited by the market because of this fragmentation is to reduce fragmentation by using the leverage of coalitions. So it doesn't matter if you come from the States, from Europe, if you buy stocks or bonds, there is a common ground that could be what we're talking about today. And you can remain competitors in other fields, but team up on those matters, because there is a multiplier of leverage you can have on the stocks, on the companies you engage with. So this is the first comment I would make. I think there was a comment before about calling them out. That wouldn't be a too smart action, because you need to prove what you are trying to influence. So in a way, the calling them out action is by excluding them. You don't need to name them. You simply don't keep them in your portfolio.
I know, but not knowing who they are.
But what I'm trying to say is, if your manager doesn't invest in their stocks, and you don't have your asset manager to name them, it's better to sit at the table and talk to these companies than calling them out publicly, because you will not obtain much from them. So you need to influence their behaviors. There is probably a certain degree of power, of influence you have, beyond which you just exclude them. Okay, and the market will immediately see this isolation. Kevin, your point was about engagement, right? There is so much which is happening through engagement, and with using the leverage of coalitions. You were talking about the big tech firms. There are visible, tangible changes in behaviors and processes, which are exactly about the better use of technology to prevent, sexual access to sexual content to children, protection from a number of other use or abuse of technology. AI is a big topic in a value-based investment portfolio. So out of the 5 big names, and I will not name any of them, of course, I would say that based on my experience, over 50% of them are extremely open to welcome an interaction, a debate about how to improve their behaviors.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to call this to a close now, but I think we've covered quite a lot. One of the things that we should think about is we're talking here about standards and maintaining standards. We have got the British Standards Institution here, and they have brought standards, and the International Standards Organisation. And when you're talking about exclusion, we've got the former Member of Parliament from New South Wales there, who was the legislator about exclusion under supply chains. So you cannot get public procurement if you're not showing that you are preventing human trafficking. And if we think that 25% of the world's economy is spent by governments, if we could eradicate this from government procurement, we've gone a long way. And that exclusion process is a really good way of doing that. So thank you to the panel. And thank you to everybody here for staying with us all day. And I'll hand back to Ian.
Thank you, panel, and thank you, Kevin. I have one more sort of practical announcement to make. Tonight, some of the delegates have been invited to a reception this evening. Just to remind you, that starts at 6 p.m. The details are on the screen, just as a reminder. And for those of you who may not be sure whether you're invited or not, you'll have a round red sticker on your name badge for those that have been invited. If there's anybody with mobility issues, there is a vehicle outside. There'll be about 10 seats available for anybody who's got mobility issues and would like to be taken to the venue. Ladies and actually, on the vehicles, if you see Laura, Laura will direct you to where you need to go. Before I say some thank yous, I would like everybody to show their appreciation to Laura, who has done all the heavy lifting. She has been fantastic, and I know that I wouldn't have been able to do this without the support of Laura. But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our discussions for the day. I'd like to say a warm thank you to all the panels and all of the chairs. Thank you very much to the chairs. You've made my life a lot easier than I thought it might be, so thank you very much. And also to you, conference. I think you've been an engaging audience, you've participated well, and that makes for a good conference. So thank you to your participation as well. And finally, I would like to invite the conveners of this conference to the stage to properly summarise the day and give us their thoughts as we look to close out the conference. And without these people, today would not have happened. We would have not had the insights that we've seen today. So please welcome Kevin Hyland, Father Professor Hans Zoller, and His Excellency Professor Michael Vudi. Thank you.
Okay. Oops. Yes, dear friends, allow me first to express the gratitude of the organizers to the generous donors, especially the Attorney General Alliance, the British Standard Institute, the Semnani Family Foundation, and the Collège Universitaire Henri Dunant, and the Order of Malta's Italian Relief Corps, CHISM, whose volunteers were very active, and thank you very much for your active participation from before. To the last minute of our conference, and also as well as to the Pontifical Gregorian University and the staff of the Institute of Anthropology. They are there. Thank you very much. And of course, again, I reiterate my thanks to Laura, Cesare, and also Emanuele Piluso, Yannick Gagliazzi, and Andrea Marchesani for their commitment and hard work. Some of them did work harder than others, but still all deserve our gratitude. And I would just like to say the conference was not a celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol, but first and foremost, as many people said today, a call to action. The Palermo Protocol, along with numerous domestic, regional, and international legal instruments, must be used more effectively to prevent and combat human trafficking. And these legal tools include constitutions, national legislations and action plans, regional conventions and global treaties on human rights, humanitarian law, labor and child protection, maritime law, air and space law, and environmental law. Yet, despite having more resources than ever before, laws, treaties, action plans, and training programs, implementation remains severely lacking. Alongside legal measures, public awareness and a reaffirmation of ethical and moral principles are essential to uphold human dignity. And the scourge of human trafficking is often overshadowed by other urgent crises. Nonetheless, it profoundly challenges our moral conscience, undermines the rule of law, damages economies, and contradicts the core values of our civilization. It represents a modern form of slavery whose persistence in the 21st century is absolutely unacceptable. Combating is not an act of charity, but a moral and legal imperative. Human trafficking also harms security, domestic and international, public health, and the environment. And above all, it violates fundamental moral principles. Tackling this requires mobilizing all stakeholders, not only governments, international organizations, but also businesses, sport organizations, trade unions, airlines, local communities, law firms, and media, academia, foundations, and obviously faith-based organizations. Survivors must be recognized as agents of change, not just as passive victims. And also, as you said, Archbishop Sanchez Soto, there is a strong spiritual dimension in this struggle. Prayer is essential for victims, for those who defend and assist them, and for the conversion of traffickers. Training is another key pillar. Raising awareness, strengthening professional capabilities, and empowering vulnerable populations and survivors. And the Sovereign Order of Malta will soon launch, and I will give, if you want, some indications here in paper, soon launch an online executive diploma with the UN Institute for Training and Research, UNITAR, and also an online French course with the University of Nice, Nizza for Italians, focused on combating human trafficking. And obviously, the Order of Malta, as you heard by the Grand Chancellor, is active in many ways. First, by raising awareness in Vienna with Ambassador Prince Schöneich, in New York with a permanent mission there, in Geneva also, and definitely also in Rome. And also we, in Geneva, organize 50 webinars. You can always have access to them. And definitely we support this work by strengthening concrete actions through medical initiatives, victim identification, rehabilitation, and dedicated shelters like the Bakita House in Lagos, founded by Sister Patricia here. And with the help of my colleague, yes, Romain Jean-Pierre de Villeneuve. And actually, what we need now to see is to rely on broad partnerships with governments, international organizations, foundations, law firms, again, religious congregations active in the field, faith-based networks, in keeping with the principle of subsidiarity. And just two words, and again, Archbishop Sanchez Sorondo did celebrate a Holy Mass in St. Peter on the feast of Saint Bakita on February the 8th, and I hope we'll do that again next year. And last week was also the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery, and there also usually we have masses celebrated also in commemoration of an interreligious appeal. And actually, the Archbishop of Canterbury was participating in this interreligious appeal. And we will continue those traditions. And definitely, we will continue, that's my last point, we will continue those initiatives because, as some of you know German, einmal ist keinmal. And actually, once is never. So we will repeat this conference, we will repeat training, we will repeat gatherings like this because we appreciate really all your participation, and I can tell you that yes, this is a common will. And only collective action based on prayer and common moral and spiritual values can reverse current trends and move toward the eventual abolition of modern slavery. I thank you for your commitment for achieving this common goal. Thank you.
So over the day, we've heard a lot. We've heard about the fact there are lots of laws. In fact, when we look at that, the first laws go back to 1930 with the Forced Labour Convention. And in the Forced Labour Convention, it says this should be delivered in the shortest possible time. We are now 95 years on. I don't think they intended it to be that long. But then also, we have the 1956 Forced Labour Convention, the 2014 Forced Labour Convention. We have 161 international conventions related to labour conditions, from children to migrant workers to fishing to domestic workers. And we have 180 countries that have laws. Some of those laws are incredible. The Australian legislation has gone further than we may have imagined. The UK legislation has some incredible powers in it. It protects victims because victims cannot be prosecuted. They have a statutory defence. It has risk orders, prevention orders. Then when we look at the French legislation, the French has due diligence. The EU is bringing in new laws. We heard some really good examples from law enforcement where they talk about chasing the money and having big organised crime groups coming from Latin America being prosecuted in Europe. So we have the tools, but what is missing? The G20 countries invest about $1.5 billion US every year in this. The US, on its fight against drugs, invests over 100 billion, just the US alone. So globally, the amount of investment, the amount of money to make all these things work, and I'm not just talking about rule of law and policing, I'm talking about the whole economy and the eco sector of this. We have to be able to get proper investment. So that shows there's no political will. We hear politician after politician, government after government, saying we're collectively standing against this. But we need the investment. The criminals are earning 236 billion at least a year. We don't know how much is stolen from the 870 billion in remittances that are transferred across the world, mainly to low and middle income countries. We know that official development aid is going down, significantly going down. But if we started to correct these things so that workers got paid, so the remittances weren't being stolen, so that we trace the 236 billion, suddenly the ODA money, official development money, becomes irrelevant because communities will build communities with the money that they get. The country where I live and where my parents came from and left that country was Ireland because there wasn't work. They went back and I went back. But Ireland was built on remittances, and look at the economy and the stability of Ireland now. And there's many countries that could copy that around the world. So we need to look wider than perhaps we're looking. But until governments, and particularly G20 governments, start investing in this, we'll be still in the same position. We need governments to show the leadership, to provide the resources, and then we need the measures that have been given in laws and legislations and policies and protocols to be delivered. And then we spend a lot of time doing research, which I fully support. But we have research to know where it's happening and where it isn't happening. Tell me when it's low enough and tell me when it's high enough. In the UK, I worked as a police officer in London, and at 3 o'clock in the morning in London, it would be crazy. The rules of driving a car at 3 o'clock in the morning are the same as when I was a police officer in Devon and Cornwall, where at 3 o'clock on a Sunday morning, you might not see anybody. But the rules are the same. The standards are the same. You can't not have a car that's got no lights, or you can't have a car that's got not got good brakes because you're not going to see someone. Standards. And that's what we haven't done with this. Piecemeal, piecemeal. We need to have standards, and we need to set those standards. And those standards are actually written in the laws, the protocols, and the things that we've committed to. And we need to stop looking for more. In the UK, we're always looking for new legislation when we haven't even implemented what we've got. And police forces get tired, legislators get tired, the public get tired, and everyone then says nothing works, when actually what we've got is a brilliant set of tools, but we need to use them. So let's reflect on this today, 25 years on. Let's start using what we've got. Let's start going after the bad guys and start supporting the victims. Let's start looking for measures that show that things are starting to go down. Because last year was the first year in the last 10 years where the numbers of victims identified went down. At the moment, you've got a 99.98% chance of getting away with this crime because there's no prosecutions. In the Western Hemisphere, so from Canada down to Argentina with the Caribbean, 67 convictions for forced labor last year, and that's from the US State Department. 67 convictions. So we're not doing very well. And 99.5% of victims go unidentified. But what I would argue is we've got the tools, we just need to start using them. We start using them effectively, and we need to empower civil society to actually start to speak out about this so that we know, as I said earlier, what side we're on. We're on the side of ending this, we're on the side of chasing the traffickers, and we're going to make sure that victims and survivors become part of society so that work and their freedoms are respected. And if we do that and start to do that, then in 25 years' time, we can come back here and say, actually, we haven't done a bad job. Thank you very much.
So we are really coming to an end now. I'm always amazed at the end of such a day that after a tour de force, so many people are still standing or at least sitting here. So thank you for your patience, thank you for your engagement. Why did we come together in Rome at a Pontifical university that was established in 1553 as a college for the nations? Because the very same idea was very eminent to our founder, St. Ignatius Loyola, that either we do things together or we don't do them. So this was also our purpose in bringing together the very diverse representation for this conference among participants and speakers. And I think the past hours, this day has revealed that over the past 25 years, despite significant increases of human trafficking, victim identification remains low and accountability for exploiters is negligible. We have heard this is a crime that does pay, low risk to offenders with big profits, while victims suffer with little change of receiving justice. That could leave us with a sense of dire situation and not much to give, not much to do. There were a lot of calls for action here. There was also a lot of mentioning of the need for finding new resources and continuation of funding in times where everything is cut. So where does it leave us? I'd like to call or to remind on the call of Pope Francis, who gives us another type of motivation to continue. He spoke about the violation of human dignity by human trafficking or any type of abuse as an open wound on the body of Christ. He did not use this term lightly, but to demonstrate the evil and profound nature of human trafficking and modern slavery. The healing of the wounds of Christ suffered on the cross announces the defeat of darkness and the outpouring of mercy and the source of hope for humanity. We have a great deal to do to provide support, to heal those who have been wounded so grievously. We have come a long way, and we try to spell out in the steps of this conference the need for a systemic change, as we try to address the elements that are ingredients of every system, meaning structure, process, rules and norms, persons, and content. These were the 5 steps that we have taken. So, I think there were 4 takeaways that have become clear. First, there are many individuals, groups, organizations that have demonstrated and are demonstrating incredible dedication to protecting those who are trafficked or at risk of being trafficked. Secondly, we heard of police and law enforcement and government departments who build cases to bring those who perpetrate these crimes to justice and the difficulty to do so. Thirdly, we heard of efforts in business to prevent trafficking and forced labor in complex value chains crossing many borders and continents. And finally, it is abundantly clear that the world's efforts fall short of what Pope Francis called for, that is, the necessary resources. Pope Leo, in his recent encyclica Dilexite, I Have Loved You, states that the mission of the Church, when she is faithful to her Lord, is at all times to proclaim liberation. Even today, when millions of people, children, women, men of all ages, are deprived of their freedom and forced to live in conditions akin to slavery, that is true. All of us are here because we want to make a difference. And the Church, Catholic Church, other churches, other religions, bends down to break the new chains that bind the poor, and so in that way we become a Paschal sign. Let me end with a great many thanks to my colleagues in the organization of this conference. It was a pleasure working with you, Michelle and Kevin, and I think it was at times, let me say, an endeavor bringing together so many different groups and different expectations, but I really appreciated our common work on this and the result of it. Of course, we give thanks also to the many volunteers who have assisted today and will be assisting this evening. A heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors for your generosity, to the speakers for your wisdom, and all you, delegates and participants who joined in person or online from across the world. A special thank you to the helpers from the organizing committees of Praeveni Global, the Order of Malta, especially Laura, Cesare, Emanuele, and many volunteers from CHISM. Of course, yes, please. I'd also would like our technician who has managed the whole here, as well as, last not but least, the team, our team from the Institute of Anthropology of the Pontifical Gregorian University, Silvia Gaudiosi, Carolina Garcia Risso, and Mirti Medeiros. We have heard a lot. I don't want to add anything more, simply also because I want to quote our founder, St. Ignatius Loyola. We are here at the Gregorian University, a Jesuit university, and as a Jesuit priest, I would like to quote our founder, who says, "Love is shown more in deeds than in words." So let our deeds contribute to the healing of the wounds that we have spoken about, so that millions who are exploited and enslaved can enjoy the gift of life, the respect of dignity, and the care they need. 3 things we all enjoy every day, and as human rights we take for granted, and so they should be. Thank you all for coming, for participating, and let us continue this journey together. Safe travel. God bless.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Kevin. Oh. Yeah.
Tomorrow.